Oh, have I been talking to mute the entire time? Sorry about that, guys. All right. Been going for a very long time of talking. Sorry about that, guys. I muted myself last night, and I don't know why I did it. All right, so quick recap. We just went over the, I was just going all over the stuff we did yesterday, so I won't belabor it again. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I didn't see it moving. There's way too many windows I've got open right now, so it's not making it easy. All right, so we'll just continue working on this. Last time did multi-link, did all the pneumatic braking systems, so that's in there. Got the D2 pretty much up and running. Some microcontrollers everywhere at the moment. But D2 is running pretty well. Let's go. I think we were left off right here because I had this. We're having an air problem. And so I made a little kind of a cool thing here is if you want to get the brakes off of the car. So the car should have brakes on right now, as you can see. So you'd want to hook that up to some sort of compressor. So let's go input electricity here. Input electricity there. So if we have a compressor on, as you can see, eventually it should shut the brakes off if I open the valve. So let's open the valve. And the brakes should come off, as you can see, and then the car can be pushed. So that would be kind of cool. We can even have a handheld compressor or a handheld air tank and should be able to release the brakes on cars. And then if we shut that off, we should have the system filled. And then, let me see, the brakes go back on? Brakes aren't going to go back on unless I probably vent it. So I don't think... Yep, there we go. So now they're vented and they're back on. So that would be kind of cool to even be able to carry around a handheld compressed air tank. Do you know when you'll get the T-TIS chassis with hydraulics out? I'm not sure. We'll probably work on that a little bit after the train stuff. So I want to get this train stuff going. So we had an issue with this car. Let me quickly see what was up with it. So I need to pull up the D2 and then check the car. So let's let me see. So the compressed air was fixed. And let's quickly grab the D2. I want to test these cars. I got to find out where I ended up yesterday. I can't remember everything where we were. So let's go ahead and jump in this, get it going. Nice thing with starting with the D2 is that it is diesel electric, which makes it really easy to operate and do some of this testing. Because pretty much, the battery itself can drive it as necessary. And let's turn on the brake. There we go. Nice, nice. All right. Let's go ahead and we'll check this car here. All right, there we go. And so brakes are on that. Let's back into it. Also got into a new locomotive there in Derail Valley last night. It was fun. Got into the, I forget what it is, DE3 maybe? I can't remember. I don't think it's DE, it's something else. But it's kind of cool. That's a very mechanical locomotive, so that would be a kind of a cool one to do because it's actual, you're doing your own gear ratios. All right, so this, that was one thing I wanted to do here. So we need to set this up for where we store. Let me just grab this right quick, and then I need to do that too. But I want to see where... I knew we had a problem with this car, so I need to figure that out. So there's air on, and then that should pressurize the brakes. Yep, brakes come off. Beautiful. All right, so I can't remember where the problem was with this. If it seems like it's working now, so let's go ahead forward. And then we'll go ahead and we'll actually stop with the brakes of the train car itself. And we'll make sure that's going. Yep, looks like that's working because we're at full throttle and we're stopped. So it looks like these are working. Yep. So that's working. All right, so that appears to be working at the moment. Let's go ahead and play with that car a little bit. So we'll go ahead and we'll take the throttle off. We'll put us in neutral. Put the independent brake on. We'll take the train brake off. I took a bunch of pictures last night in Derail Valley so that I have all the buttons and switches correctly the way they need to be. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll delete through all that. There we go. But that is kind of cool that you can use a compressor to now run these. All right, so how was I doing it on the other one? I think right above it. So let's see. We want the front. Let me see. The front should have the storage. Let me check the D2 real quick. So I'm trying to come up with a standardized system where, for example, the front stores, as you can see, the front stores right here, and then the rear will store the electrical. So the front will store the air, the rear will store the electrical. Okay, so that's kind of the standard. Front stores air, rear is electrical. All right, front air, rear electrical. All right. Front is air. And then I don't need any electrical on these, so that's just going to be a front air storage there. So all the front of the cars will have the air hose for, connecting them. So again, you put two of these together. The front will have one; it will hook into the loco. Then you have the next one that will come off the front hook end. So that way they're all stored up. Let's do storage. Air brakes. Okay, storage air brakes there. That looks pretty good. All right, so this is just kind of being the basis of the cars here. So kind of be a base platform that I can then build off of, do other vehicles and cars. So let's go ahead and save this again. All right, so let's go ahead with the D2 now that that's done. And we will go ahead, and I've got a bunch of screenshots that I took. Let's see, what's this message? Probably... Yep, no audio. Okay, thanks. All right, so let's go ahead and let me do that. Again, I got distracted right as I was starting. That was not good. So let's try to get all my messages out here real super quick. So I took a bunch of screenshots in Derail last night so that we go ahead and fix all of the buttons, make sure all the buttons are labeled correctly. So let's go ahead. And I'll try to start bringing up some of those screenshots here, if I remember where the hell they saved to. Probably under users, I would say. Documents. Let's see. Should be able to pull them off Steam as well, too. Let me look at Steam real quick, see if I can pull them off of there. Okay, good. So I got a bunch of pictures there from last night. All right, so go ahead and show you guys. You can see it. So we have starter, electrics, starter. The starter is actually what starts it. The starter is the actual power. TM's traction motors, dash light, and then cab light. I think I'm going to get rid of the gap in there too because this is not sticking out. So we'll start with that. All right. So let's see, we want to fix this panel over here. So let's see, I'll move these over too. So this is going to be starter. Starter. All right. This here is going to be electrics. That'll be the main breaker on that. This one is starter. That actually allows the starter to be engaged. This one here is then TM for traction motor. That's going to be 3. And then dash light will go here. Dash lights. Flip switch 4. All right. And then this here is going to be cab light. And that's going to be a flip switch. That's going to be 5. And then this here will be nothing, Lebowski. All right. Did I put none? Okay, that's good. So that has all those in there. That's fixed. So let's check, see what the other pictures hold here. So we have speedometer. This is the main, bring it up again here so you guys can see it. This is the main panel for the D2. So we have oil level, fuel, sand, looks like amp meter, electrics, traction motor offline, fuel cutoff, wheel slip sander, and that shows if sander's going, cabin fan, wipers, lights forward, lights rear, horn. All right, so that's kind of what we're working with there. So let's get all that labeled up here in game. All right, then did I show? is that double stacked? I gotta look at Steam again and see if that's double stacked. I can't tell. Okay, it is double stacked. So that's the bottom of the stack. And then on the top we have brake pipe, main reservoir, tack, traction motor, temperature, oil, fuel, sand, and amp meter. Okay. And then those have lights above them too. I can't do anything down here because these would interfere. So I don't also need to have everything. So let's see. So let's see. Brake pipe, main reservoir, oil, fuel, tack, traction motor. So we have some space for some extra stuff here too. So try to see how I want to put all this in there. So should do the levels. Let's do the levels at the bottom here. Oil, fuel, sand. I can just read the gauges. I don't necessarily need to have lights if they're going to be off or on. Could also, since they're actually just indicators too, could theoretically rotate them in. I don't know if the window's not going to allow it there. Let me see if I can get a pivot in there to rotate these in. So that's going to be something to consider as well. Get rid of that. And is that covered? That is covered, so that would actually work. Let's try something here real quick here. Dare not do control, or else we're going to have the issue we have with the control S, and it tries to save us. So, should be update, well, I don't know if it's update week or announcement week. I think it's announcement week, but potentially could get bug fixes too, so we'll see what comes of that. And then, let's see, that can't go completely there because of the way the glass is. I can't push the glass out either. Scheiße. Yeah, it's not going to let me do that anyway. Let's not bother. I'll try to keep it simple here. Try to keep it simple here. So let's go like this, I think, instead. Let's go. And then that can't go onto there anyway, so that's fine. That will get colored. Okay, there we go, like that, I think. I don't know if I want that or I want it just flat like it was. Let's go actually like this. Let's grab this. Let's put just an empty cubby in there. Okay, I like that better, I think. All right, that's probably good there. All right, so let's see. We want... So the way the brake pipe works is it's going to show... That one should have a red needle as well. The problem is I can't do multi-needles in games. I'm trying to decide how to do this. Let's start with 3. We'll start with 3. That one will be oil. That'll just be a quantity thing. That'll be a dial, 0 to whatever's going to be in there. We'll figure that out. That'll be 3. Next to oil, we're going to have fuel. That's going to be a dial, whatever ends up going in there. That's going to be 4. All right, sand, amp meter. You know what I might do is, so we have speed over here. Let's see. Let's do from the right to the left because I have... might be able to add all the brake information I need over there on the left. So let's see. Let's go right here. This will be tack. Tachometer. Okay, that'll be a dial. We'll number it later. This will be traction motor, temp, TM, temp. Okay. This will be sand. Okay. That'll be a dial. And then this here will be amp meter. Might just do it all capital like they have it. All right, there we go. Dial on that as well. All right, so that does those, and then because the brake we have reservoir and we had brake applications. So let's go ahead and I think the best way to do this here. Let's go oil fuel here. So we'll do oil and fuel. All right, then brakes information is going to get kind of split up a little bit here. So let's see. Because I can't do multi-needle here, so I just figured we'll do it here. See how I want to do it. So let's see. We need the application, essentially the brake application. Brake pipe. Let's see. Let's do brake pipe. Application. Okay. And then this one will be brake pipe. Let's see. That's not good. That's not good. Brake. That will be the pressure of the brake pipe, and then we'll do. I think this is train application here, so this will be. Independent brake pipe. Okay, and that will be independent brake pipe in atmospheres. Do that. This will be train brakes. Train brake. All right, and then this will be main reservoir. ATM. Okay. And then let's see. We'll do 3 is going to be an indicator. That's low pressure. This will be hand brake slide. Okay, that will be an indicator. All right, so that kind of, because I can't do dual needle, so I have to do that. So that will kind of set that up here. These are going to be like some sort of kind of a whitish backlight on these. We'll see. I'm fixing them later probably. But that's going to be what that is. And then these are going to be reds. Like that. All right, good. So that's kind of sets it out. Let me catch up on chat here. I'll go through it in a second there, Daniel. I may or may not. Deep Rail Valley, we'll see. How's it going there, Turtle Man? That's all right, Al. Yes, I am. DE2, yep. All right, so let's see. All right, so that kind of sets up some of that stuff in there. Let's see what I'm going to require to actually do application here. So, let me see. These go to 8. So, let's see. Their bar. Let me see what atmosphere to bar is. See if I can get it to run somewhat realistically. Why do I have no... I can't view my screen. There it is. Okay, let's see. So let's do ATM to BAR. All right, they're pretty much the same. It's a very small value, so I'm not even going to change them. All right, so let's see, 0 to 8. It's actually about where our application is anyway. Okay, so let's start numbering these. Train break 0, I believe, to 8. 0, 8. Bar, here we go. What are you now? 5, 6. 7. 8. I don't know what the oil should be. Fuel, I have to check, so we have to look at fuel. And then what are you going to be? You're going to be tack. Let me bring up my screenshot here and see what the hell that's supposed to look like. Alright, so the tack goes up to, it looks like 300 total. Looks like 300 on there, on the tack. Alright, so did I number these right? 5 to 8, yep. Alright, 9. 9. 10. And temp goes to 120. Look at that, perfect. 120. 120. What are you? You are going to be sand. I don't know what sand's going to go to. It was 250 IRL anyway. 10, 11, and 12. 11 and then 12 is ammeter. That goes to 1,000. Okay. And what were you? 12, 12. All right. So a bunch of these, of course, are going to have to be faked. Then these are, what did I do? Oil, fuel, that's good. All right. And then what are all these here? We have, you have to look at the things for those as well. Wish I had just my screenshots folder, but I don't. All right, let me see. All right, so we have electrics. So let's do that. Electrics. This is traction motor offline. EM offline. $14. Then those are nothings. Fuel cutoff. Button, that will be a push button. And then what do we do? That was 13, 14, 15. 15. Then there's nothing. Then we have wheel slip sander. So 16. Wheel slip. Sander. 17. I might run that off a different panel, but I don't know. We'll see. And then, so these will probably get, let me see. I might be able to run all this stuff together here. What are we up to here? We're up to 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 25, 26. Yeah, I can fit them all together. Let's see. Fan. If I can remember numbers more than 2 seconds, we'd be great shape. 18. 19, 20, 21. That one's going to be 21. 21. All right. Luckily, I already labeled these. 22 rear light. Three. 24. 25. All right, so that's a numbered up. What are you? You are... All right, so that's going to be like an electrical panel. So work through that too. Let's check up on chat here. Yeah, I played Star Citizen. Not too thrilled to go back to it at the moment, certainly. It's got my favorite vehicle in it now, but you know, I have my complaints about it. All right, let's see. Handbrake, we got to integrate that somehow into the system at some point. So let's see. How do we do this? Let's see. Handbrake, okay. AD is going to be sticky. 50% is good. Okay. I didn't mean to spawn it, but let's bring it back. All right, let's see how we can start getting some of this gauge stuff done here. All right, so there's mostly electrics here. This is the starter, and then we have... You know, electrics is just going to be a breaker, so let's get that in there. Okay. Okay, there's a relay right there. And let's stick it right here. All right, so let's take these batteries here, and they'll go to there. Let's just go like that. And then all the systems that need to be operated directly out. So let's see. That's going to be traction motors are going to be on that. So let's see. Relay. All right, so this is going to be the electrics breaker. So got to untie a bunch of stuff here. I've got them set up as systems, which is helpful. But then I need to untie a bunch of stuff too. So let's go ahead and we'll start untying these systems from this. Yeah, we'll start putting them into their correct systems here. All right, good. So now they're pretty much untied. So we have the doors. The doors are on the hot bus. All these electrics need to go on the hot bus. These two brakes should go on the hot bus because you should be able to actuate your brakes because they're just valves. These will go in tune with those. That's fine. That's good there. All the traction motors are going to go together on a traction motor breaker. All the air stuff should essentially be manual valves, and because they're all manual valves, they should go hot bust. So this should not, but I should be able to open the valves. The actual compressor should go off of this. So compressor should go there. All right, what is this hook to here? That's hook. Okay, good. I did hook most of these up as systems. All right, so these need to go hot bus. All right, traction motors are going to go on their own bus. This here needs to go to this here. All right, that's just electricity going through, so that should go on this bus here for electrics. All right, good. This does not need electricity, so we won't bother plugging it in. All right, this is going to be on the electrics. All right, this here, let's see, what do we want that gen to go on? We'll put that on electrics. The engine stuff will go on the electrics. I already put that on. Electrics will also do all of the paneling here. Okay, lighting will be on the hot bus. Let's see, this panel should be hot bus then. I'm gonna do that. I need this on hot bus. Now, let's see. Let's go like that. Yeah, that's fine the way it is. Not gonna work exactly how it would, but we'll be all right. That's all hot bust. All right, let's see, anything else here? Traction motors. Okay, so we're pretty much good for the traction motors now. So traction motors are gonna go on their own. Can I get a relay, please? Thanks. Oh my God, Control S, go away. Nobody likes you. All right, there we go. Control S, my demon. All right, so that's traction motors here. I'm just gonna put it over here where it's not in the way. All right, that's traction motors. That's going to go from here to there, and then this is going to go to the traction motors. Because I want that to be able to trip. So that goes to traction motors there. All right, so I think most of that's set up. Let's see what else we have on that panel here. All right, we have starter. Shit. So starter should be on its own relay. Give me the relay. Come on, dude. Oh my God. Give me the whole thing. Give me the relay. Come on. All right, that's going to be the starter relay there. So the starter is going to be separate. Let's see where you're going now. You're going there. The starter is going to go separately to here, which is going to go off of there. Okay, good. Then we have traction motor. Already did that. Dash light and cabin light. So let's plumb those in real quick. Cabin light right there. All right, beautiful. It's not beautiful. Let's do this. Let's see. All right, so that's cabin light, and then dash lights are going to be backlights. All right, so that's going to be in the panel. All right, so let's start working on electric panel. Electric panel. All right, electric panel. Let's get this going here. So those are all switches. Let me do something real quick here. Update that. I'm trying to see. We might just throw these on there. I'm trying to think if I want to do that. What do you finish off at there, guy? You finished off at... That's wrong. That's 25. This is going to be 26. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. That works. All right. 26. 27. 28. 29. Nope. 27, 28, 29. 30. And then 31. All right, good. All right, let's get all these attached. All right, good. So that's all attached there. All right, let's work on this electric panel here. All right, panels. So this is a personalized panel for just pretty much this vehicle. So this one can kind of go off on its own because it doesn't need to be the same. The other systems are pretty much hopefully going to be able to be integrated in other things. Okay. All right, so let's see what we have here. So we're pretty much writing 1 through 14 is getting written. Okay, so 1 through 14. All right, let's start like that. I have to try to remember everything. That's great. All right, so in order to get some of that information, let's see what's in the independent brake panel. All right, valve panels, train connectors. What am I sending out on the train connectors here? I'm sending out train brake throttle, valve panels. All right, so I think I'll just read it in the electrical panel. All right, so 1 and 2 is going to be the pressure of the tank and the brake application. So what we're going to do here is go. This is gonna be a big panel. So let's see, brake and brake application. And this is going to be, let's see what I've screwed up on these already. Something screwed up. Okay, that's going to read the brake tank. I got to change them from what the names are on the panel to what I have. So independent brake application, and this is going to be, independent brake tank. Independent brake tank, okay. So we have independent brake application, brake tank right there. All right, those two will go like that. All right, good. Those are the first two. And let's see, we have... That's low pressure and handbrake applied, so... Low pressure handbrake applied, and then we should have the train brake. It should be these here, so it should be train brake. I'm trying to think how the hell we're going to read train brake. It's going to be the same as the other one, pretty much. Yeah, the reservoir. Let me see how I have it set up here. It's train brake, and that's main reservoir. Okay, and then this one's going to be... All right, so that's fine. So that'll be the main res is going to do double. Main res, okay, is right. That's going to be, what do you... Main res is 6, and then we have 5 is train brake. Okay. Okay. All right, so let's start. Let's grab those. This 5, 6. Okay, those are 5 and 6. What are 7 and 8? Let's see, 7 and 8. Oil and fuel. So I need fuel in there, and then oil is going to be a faked number, I think. We'll just do it off fuel, because we're going to probably use a certain percentage of the oil as we burn fuel. So let's do number input fuel. I think it was oil fuel. Okay. Okay, fuel, oil right there. All right, so those two are done. What are you? You are the tachometer, so that's RPS. RPS. What are they running in there? Are they running RPM or S? It's got to be RPM. Yeah, it's got to be RPM. So the RPS would be too small for that number. See what that tack is again. 9 is tack. Okay. Okay. And then what are you? You are going to be traction motor temperature. Let me see. I'm trying to think of the best way to... I'll have to fake this somehow. I might do it off the brake value, which we already have, and then multiply it, which is what I'll do. Okay, so let's see. Independent brake application here, so that will go to the temp there, and that's going to be... So let's go, we'll double that maybe. Maybe a little bit less. Okay, like so maybe. Okay, that will do that. Sand, I don't know what we're going to do with sand yet. Amp meter, so that will be off of motor application. So let's see. I gotta make sure I'm not deleting stuff too. Let's see, number input, this is... Okay. Alright, that's fine. That's not breaking anything yet. And what number is amp meter? 12, okay. 12 right there, and so this is gonna be time 1,000. Could do it volts. Let's do that instead. Let's do that instead. So let's see. Let's see, that's gonna go. We're not gonna do a negative draw, so I'm trying to decide how to do this so it doesn't ever do a negative draw. That's gonna go. Let's do 36,000. See where that goes to. Hopefully that will get us kind of somewhere where actually reading what it's supposed to be reading. All right, that's right there, right? Amp meter. Okay, good. Then what do we have here? We have electrics, and we have 14. Okay. So electrics is going to just come on when we click the switch here. So 27. And what was it? 13. All right, electrics 27. Trying to think which ones we had to do here. I could skinny this up, I guess. So we'll do. Okay, that will go there, and then we need to start again. Okay. All right, so what's that? That's 13 and 14. I started 14, didn't I? I meant to start at 13. Okay. What is this one? That is traction motor offline. So I'm trying to think of, let's see if I overvolt that. I'm trying to think. It would be the draw, though. That's the thing, so. So I'm trying to decide, because the way it runs is diesel electric, so the voltage is going to be essentially when the engine revs up. It's not going to be reading, of course, what it's actually pulling on the throttle. So I'm trying to do it off the voltmeter. So we'll look at that. So I need to come up with a trip for the traction motor, but we'll do that later. Fuel cutoff here. That panel can actually go to the... Let's go to the engine panel. Let's get the fuel cutoff working. All right, let's see. Engine panels. So panels, let me see. Do I have anything hooked up with panels? Probably at the moment. We gotta replay with this panel a little bit. Okay, panels has nothing, so let's see. This should work out. All right, so let's go ahead and come off of here. Go to panels. I don't think that has to read out anything, really. Could theoretically read RPS off of that, but it's not worth it. Yeah, so we'll just run that. And so if we look at the fuel cutoff here, fuel cutoff's 15. All right, so let's go to panels here. And we'll go to channel 15. See where the music's at. Music's a little light. You guys, music a little quiet for you guys? Let me up it a little bit. Just finished the song, too. There we go. It's typical to it. Finishes the song and we can't hear anything. All right, let's catch up with some chat. How's it going there, Chicken MST? How are you? I'm just currently working on the logic on my locomotive here on my shunter to try to get that kind of going and standardized. The systems are pretty much working. We just need to get this up and running. So for fuel shut off, so let's see. All right, so what we'll do here is an up-down counter. And we will go enable. We'll do 1. We'll do max of 1 and a 0. All right, so let's see. All right, so if we have a 1, I've got overheat protection on this, so let's see. X or Y or Z or W. All right, good. So let's see, what is that? Key, okay, the key is gonna be different. Key is gonna just go straight to the starter. All right, so this is gonna go there. We actually probably could use the and now. I'll keep this off to the side. Maybe I'll use it at another time. All right. Go like that. All right. So the key is just a starter. This is going to be, that's going to turn on systems. That's for the alternator there. So fuel shutoff will also shut this off. Alright, that's overheat protection there. Starter is going to be here, so the key is just the starter. I probably should not have done it like that. That's alright. And we're going to go from here. That's going to reset. So every time the key goes, it's going to make sure this is at 1. And then if we go ahead, this needs a pulse on it. Oh, it doesn't really need a pulse, but I'm going to put one on there. Could go without, but I like to have it for the precision of what it does. Alright, so what this is going to do is, when we want to start this, well, it should already be at 1. Actually, that's going to do that. Let's see. Yeah, let's start at 0. What to do, what to do. Alright, and then this here will go down. Alright, so the key will turn it to a 1, which will engage all the systems there and get us going. And then when we press the fuel cutoff, it's going to 0 us out, which will shut everything down. Yep, that's what we want. Okay, that's better. Alright, so that works. The fuel shut off in there. Then the key needs to be changed because that's just now a crank key. Where the hell am I here? Alright, that needs to be default state off. And then, let me see. Just something real quick here. Need to try to be able to listen to this. And then I'm going to have to probably put something on there to kick the key off. Okay, so it'll kick off when we get up to over a certain number of RPS here. All right, good. So let's do... let's check the panel there. It's going to be output, key shut off. Key shut off, okay, and then the key shut off will be... We'll just do a not there. Try that. Let's hook in the fuel cutoff here. Did I hook that panel up? I think I did. Did I? Yes. Okay. All right, let's try this. That shouldn't have started. Why the fuck did you start? Let's see. Start itself, balls. That's not what I want. I just want that key to be a turn. Do I get rid of that key and just put in a button is the question. I'm trying to think of the way to... I want to shut it off. I want it to shut itself off, and I don't want it to hold on. Here, let's hold it on, and then you know what we'll do is the button there will shut it off. Here, let's do this. This should work better here. Okay, yeah, that's what we'll do here. Try that, see if this gets the performance that I want. I'll do the music again so I can actually hear the engine. Okay. Okay, that's up and running. I don't have any RPM, but we know it's running. And then we'll go ahead and shut it off. That should have shut off the that, but it fucking didn't. Okay, something's up with that shit. What is that? Let me check. That is what? What are you? You're 15. Push. Okay, 15. Let's see. Did I hook you into the panel? That should be panels 15. Pulse. That should set it to reset 0. You shut off there. What I could do is I could make this real simple. I could make this really simple here by just having the key run everything and then have it auto shut off the key. Let's do that. But I don't want to be able to shut it off by the key, though. Yeah, I don't want to be able to shut it off by the key, though. That's the thing. I want the key just to be a starter. So let's see what the hell. Yeah, let me make sure the pathing's correct on this. All right, let's see where this panel's going here. Pretty much just need this panel here, too. So it'd have to be out of here anyway. Let's change it to this. I'll test it again. Music's off so I can hear it. Come on, jump, jackass. There we go. All right, it's up. All right, engine should be off. All right, that works. All right, that works how I want it. All right, good. That's done. Nice. All right. So let's see. What do we need on this panel here? So this is going to be electrics. We already got that plumbed in where we need it. I just need to trigger it here. So let's get the electrical panel. Let's keep working on the electrical panel. I want to make this too big of a panel. Let's update this. I want to see where this is going to end up going. This is going to take a lot of real estate. So this could be the max size of 1, 2, 3, 6 by 1, 2, 3, 5, 3 by 5, or 6 by 5 rather. Let's do that. So that could be a 3 by 5. So there's 5. 6 by 5 rather. Oh my god, brain. Let's see. Alright, so you start putting in relays. So this is going to be starter relay. That's going to be the electrics relay. It's going to be cabin light. Cabin, backlights, all right. So this here is going to be electrics is 27. Seven's electrics, that is right there, so we can actually just put this here. Okay. That's electrics. This should be starter is 28. Let's see. That should be 28. All right, backlights, cabin. Traction motors. Okay, traction motors needs to be added. 28, 29, 30, 31. Let's see, traction motor, backlight, cabin, I believe is the order of that. Traction motor, backlights, cabin. Okay. Traction motor, dash lights, cab. Yep, that's it. Okay, good. So that's all set. Alright, so those can start feeding out. Let's see. Panels need to go. There. This needs to go to there. Okay, let's start plumbing some of this in. So that is going to be starter relay. Let's see where that one is here. Can I name these? Probably not. No. That'd be too easy. Let's see. Starters are going to this relay right here. Let's go ahead and grab that. Starter relay, electrics relay. Should be this main one here. This is the backlights. That's going to go to all the backlights we're doing on all these thingy-majaggies here. There's the Control S. Hey, where have you been there? Control S, haven't seen you in 2 minutes. Not that we need most of these backlights, but they'll be available. And there's Control S again. Hi. Could you go away, please? Forever, please? Thanks. Don't need you. All right, you are going to be cabin light is right there. And then we have traction motors is going to be the last relay, I would say. Right here. Traction motors. Let's just verify it. Traction motors. Yep, traction motors. Okay, good. So those are set. You need to go to lighting. There you go. All right, so that's all in. Let's go hook up the other stuff, the data that's going into this. Independent brake tank. So that is this. Right there. Independent brake tank. Main reservoir. How are you, main reservoir? You go. Should have a main res. Where the hell's that? I don't see it. Let me see where the hell the main reservoir is. I had them color-coded, which was helpful, but are we out of? Do you know main res anymore? Gotta have a main reservoir. Did I not put it in? May not have put it in. Maybe I put it in the back. No, I don't have a main reservoir in here. Oh, that's funky. Alright, that is funky there. That could be, maybe if we had any air problems, that would be what it is. Oh, right here. It's right here. Okay, main reservoir. It's up there. Alright. Alright, independent brake application. It's going to be off the pressure, isn't it? Or am I just running the throttle value? Can't remember. Yeah, that's why those brake gauges are kind of funky. I got to deal with those later. Train brake, RPM. That's an easy one. Theoretically, if I can grab the node and stick it up there fast enough. Let's see, battery. Battery right there. Okay. Fuel, where are you at there, guy? Right there. Liquid level. All right. Train brake, independent brake application. Those should really be frankly paid off of pressure, but let's do them off of here. So let's do independent brake application and there. All right. All right, let's take it for a little run, see what everything looks like. Let's just clear this vehicle. All right, so we come in here. We need to do electrics. Here, let's quickly get off infinite electricity. That would help. All right, infinite electricity is off, so we need to do electrics, starter, traction motors, dash lights. They don't come on because we don't have the well, the electric should be on. Why are you not on? Backlight false. That sucks. All right, what the hell? Let's fix that. Why are the backlights not coming on? What number are you, backlights? Dash lights is 30. Dash lights is 30. Okay. And then electrics, that should be on electrics. So I don't know why that's not getting powered. 30. Okay. Why are you not coming on backlights? You're on 30. All right, let's see. Check the electricity. Make sure the electricity is going all right. So there to there to there to there. What are you? You are. That's empty. Okay, there to there to there to there to there to there. All right, you go there. This is on at all times, even though it's flip switches. Doesn't really need to be, but leave it on there. All right, that is going to what? That's going to the main breaker. So as soon as electrics goes, this should be on. So did I not hook this up? That should be for electrics relay. Electrics relay should be 27. So 27, and then that is running the relay. 27 should be electrics relay. Okay, let's look at it. 27, electric relay. All right, let's see why the hell those backlights aren't coming on here, guy. That's the fucked up thing if it is. All right, so let's see. Electric, so we should be getting power here. We're not. Really, huh? All right, what the hell? Let's see. That's hooked to the battery, so there's a battery hooking up right to here, and then this is going to there. All right, and then you are hooked directly into the battery, so you should be getting power to send the relay signal. Are you merged? You're merged. What the fuck? Over? Let me see. Ah, I know what happened. Okay, that's fine. I know what happened. Okay. I know what happened where I screwed up here unhooking this in. That would be why. Okay, that needs to go to there. All right, let's try it now. Bad connection there. All right, let's try it again. So electrics should have power over here now. Electric, beautiful. All right, starter, traction motors, dash lights. These on? Yep, backlights are on. All right, cab light. There we go. Cab lights on. All right, start. All right, starter's up. Tack is up. All right, we'll see where this revs out to, so I know where to put the limits on these. Fuel is higher than the real one. That's not the end of the world, but say 3,300 on that. All right, let's go ahead forward. There goes the tack. All right, so tack, I'll just put the tack out to 1,000. All right, traction motor temp. I thought I did off of, I forget what I did the temp off of. I probably did nothing yet. Why the amp meter's reading nothing, I don't know. I have to look at that. Fuel's fine. Oil. That's weird. I gotta fix that. Supposed to be multiplying this by something else. Alright. These are reading fucking weird. These are reading nothing. I don't know why they're not reading any pressure there. Alright, the main reservoir is reading. The train brake is fine. Okay, these are reading. Okay, that's fine. Alright, that's going to 0. That should be... Okay, that's independent brake pipe. Alright, so this should really be that. I'm going to change the brakes up. The brakes are funky as they are. I need to change how they work here on the bars here. Train brake. Okay, those need to be played with. So that's all right. These are applications. So that's an application of the brakes. And then this is the actual pressure of the thingy-jiggy there. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's drag this in. We'll fix some numbers here. Index some stuff. So that's fuel. Fuel is going to be 0 to, we said about, let's just do 3,500 liters. That's good. That fixes that. Train, let's go through them one by one. Independent brake pipe. So this is essentially what it's reading off of the throttle. This is to give us an indication of how much brake we have set. Yeah, so how much we've set the brakes. So let me look and see if I can find the picture and kind of see the range that there are on the actual thing. Goes up to 8, so what I'll do here is we'll multiply that out to 8. So that'll be fine. So this here will be, that'll go to 8, so this will have a multiplier to 8. This is the actual pressure in the tank, which goes out to 11, so we'll do 11.5. That'll fix that. This is the same thing here, so this needs to go out to 8, multiply that. This is going to be do 11.5 on that. All right, that's fine. Those all work. This is going to be oil. I'm going to figure out why that's funky, and then let me see. I'm going to look up the wiki and see what the oil capacity is for it. Yeah, I've got more fuel in it than it really holds. I might do something to drop that down. May or may not. We'll see. I'll just make up a number for oil, base it off of fuel. Let's say 700. Let's just do liters. What we'll do is, yeah, that's fine. 700 liters there of oil. What are you? You are fuel in liters. Okay, that is tack. Tack, let's do that up to 1,000. Traction motor temp. And amp meter. Okay, let's go look through there and see what I have for calculations on here and why some of them are reading funny. This one's reading funny. This is battery. Delta times 36,000. Let's see if I plugged in. I should have plugged in the battery, I think. Yeah, battery's plugged in. Yeah, that will go down. I'm trying to think how to do that. Yeah, I don't know the best way to run that. Let's see. Let's go in here and we'll fix some of these up here. So let's see. All right, so right here I have fuel times 0.6824. So let's see, we have 30, let's say 3,500. So it'd be 700 divided by 3,500 equals 0.2. 0.2, whatever's in there. Okay. This is train brake, and this is independent brake application there. What are you? What is that all about? What is 10? I gotta see what 10 is. So train brake, we want that to go up to 8, so what we should do is give me the function. X times 8. Okay, and then this should be the same thing here, but for the independent brake. And then I wonder what the hell 10 is, so we gotta look and see what 10 is. What is 10? 10 is traction motor temp. So I don't know why I would do that as traction motor temp. Let's see. Traction motor temp. I'm trying to think of this way to run traction motor temp here. Could run it off of this delta here and yeah, put the rate through there. see where I'm gonna look at on the screenshots again, see where that goes to. So it goes from 0 to 120C. So let me think. Let's hook this directly up, and we'll see what that turns into in a second here. Give it another run. Does it burn oil? It's oil capacity. It burns oil. Yep. Yeah, it's an oil tank. All right, let's see. So we have independent brake pipe should be 0 because we're currently not doing anything. Independent brake pipe bar is at 1. I'll put a subtract atmosphere on there. So whatever atmosphere, 99.996. What, that should be independent brake pipe. Okay, that should be 0. Train brake, this should be up. Okay, the reservoir, that's fine. Train brake's nothing. So when I apply the independent brake, this one should go up to 8. That one should increase. That should be 0. That should be at where it's at. Then when I apply this one should also go up. That's essentially just showing me where the brake is there. Can't do actual application, really. Yeah, I could do it, though. Let me see. Here, let me do this. Let me see. Whatever I'm signaling here on the brakes is what I actually want. Where's brakes? Brakes right here. Okay. That's going to the brakes. So this here should actually be independent brake. Independent brake application there. I just don't want to feed back the train back through. I could, but we'll see. So we'll at least do that. All right, so that's kind of fixed. Let's keep going. Keep going. Try to get all these dialed in the best I can. Okay. All right, there goes the tach. As it's producing electricity, we expect the tach to go down as it does not need to produce as much electricity here. The amp meter is going to read funky foo here because it's producing enough. That amp meter is not a good way to read that. Essentially, what I should be reading is off of what I'm feeding the electric motors and just run it as amp meter on that. This was supposed to be traction motor temp. That's not going to really read either all that well. I'll just run engine temp off of that, maybe. Because they're tied together as a diesel electric. Yeah, they're tied together, so. Alright, what are you? You're a fan. These should be triggering each other, so. That needs to go through a loop. That needs to go through a loop. Okay, that's the horn. Okay. All right. All right, good. So let's see. This one's good. This one's good. This one needs to have a small correction in it. So these, let's see. These two should have a small correction in them. These two. So what is that? All right, let's bring that back. So that should be 2 and 6. Should have a small correction in them. All right, 2 and 6. So here's 2. So this should be X minus 0.9964, which is standard atmospheres. Now we'll just get rid of the standard atmosphere. Actually, you know what? Never mind. It's gonna read the pressure in the air system anyways. It will actually act that way IRL. So because it will act that way IRL, we'll leave it. Yeah, because it will act that way IRL. It would read ambient. So we'll leave that. That's fine. And then let's see. Do composite input engine. All right, this is gonna go to channel. Do that 3 times. All right, do this channel 3. That is the engine temp. Let's just run that as the traction motor temperature, because they're pretty much tied together. Is as the engine will rev up as the traction motor is using more. So that's going to be 10. All right, so that's going to go to 10. What's on there now? That's good. That goes. See ya. That's going to go like that. All right, good. And then what do we want to run for this? Traction motor. This is traction motor amperage. So let's see. Can't get, I can't get a real read out of that anyway. I'm trying to think of a way to fake it. So essentially what I could do is run it off of... It's essentially, it works just like the RPM of the generator. I'll put a small correction on there, and then we'll run that. Because it's going to be the same thing, as I try to accelerate faster, it's going to use more electricity, and because it's using more electricity, it is then... it's then having to rev up the engine, which is going to be like the same as amps. I'll just put a correction on there. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. I don't need battery there anymore. Let's go ahead and take this. RPM instead of 60, let's do something a little different. Like, doesn't have to be that far off. Let's do 0.55. That will give me kind of a realistic movement. As I'm using more electricity, more amperage, the RPM of the engine's going to come up to counteract it. I could, you know what I could do? Generator. Could come off the generator S-watts. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Where's battery? I put that. S-watt. And then, too, since I know what it actually is, that will help. And then this is going to go like that, and then I'll figure out what gets it close. So we'll do that instead. I think that's going to be better and more useful information. That will actually kind of tell me, because, the engine's going to rev up as I'm using more electricity in the motors. And then that's going to give me a different S-watt reading. So right there, okay. So I'm just going to get it indexed so that it matches the 1,000 on there. So. All right, so you see the amps are coming up as I am giving it more power. As I'm coasting more, they go down. So let's see, what are we hitting? Hitting about 14, so let's do 1,000. Divided, that's 100. 1,000 divided by 15 is going to be 666. Okay. The devil. All right, 666 here. 66.6. 66.6. Okay. That'll give me a reasonable amperage reading. Essentially, that's showing me how much electricity it's using, the amperage that's going to the motors. And that's because the generator's whole job is trying to maintain the batteries, and the batteries are draining because the motors are eating. So that actually works pretty realistically, I think, to how it really would be. Excellent. All right, that's pretty good. Let's quickly check the indexes on all these. So that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, low pressure is going to be when the... all right, low pressure and then handbrake. So low pressure is 3. And then what? Cancel. Let me look what I'm doing my application at. So I have the, let me see. Where's the absolute value on here? I don't think it's on here. So low pressure, let's see. Low pressure is what? Low pressure is 3. All right, let's run off of the main reservoir right here. And then if it's less than a certain number. All right, so let's see if the main reservoir is less than, a certain number. All right, the main reservoir is less than, let's see. Let's do 3. Let's see. Low break pressure. Let's do less than 3. That'll turn on the red light. Okay, then handbrake. So I need to have in the. This is going to be shunter handbrake. And this one should flash. And this is going to be shunter handbrake. That's going to be number input. All right, shunter handbrake, if that is greater than, in this case, let's put and so I'm going to make it so the cars also blink it off. So if any of the cars' handbrakes are on, I don't know if how I'm going to put handbrakes on there. Probably do hand crank maybe. Let's see. Say 0.1. So if it's greater than 2.01, see if that's going to actually do it. And then I want a blinker on this. So let's go blinker. There we go. All right, there we go. That will give us a blinker for the handbrake being on. And then I want to go in here. All right, that'll be handbrake, and then so the handbrake, let's see. All right, so we can plumb that in. Let's see. That's going to be AD. Then we need something here. AD. All right. All right, let's go give this a run. See what's not working. All right, so let's see. So the handbrake here, I want. Let's see, which direction does this go? That's negative, so be to the right. That's perfect. I should actually do negative, so that's at 1 now. -1. Perfect. All right, so I can make that work for me. So if let's see, let's turn the handbrake all the way on again. All right, that's at 1. All right, and until the electrics come on, we're not going to see anything on there. So you see the handbrake's applied. So we're getting a handbrake application. You can see the independent brake pipe is all the way up because the handbrake's on. Not that that would happen, but that's currently what's showing, so that's why it's up. So that's going to flash if we have handbrake. Currently, main reservoir is low. Probably not going to really get it low because the pump will keep coming on. Electric should come on. That can go in a second here. All right, so that goes. Just run a little bit, see how everything's going. That's not going to go anywhere because the handbrake's on. Now the handbrake's off. All right, the light goes out. All right, let's see. So independent brake, why is that? Okay, that's -8. That's got to be fixed. That's fucked up now. Okay. All right. So let me see. I'll add that post. All right, that's going to be a problem here. That's all right. I can fix it, but that's going to be a problem. All right, that's good. That's fine for now. Train brake is off. Main reservoir pressure is good. Showing a pressure. Tack is because I didn't start the engine. All right, tack's up and running now. Amp meter is showing. Why is that so frickin' high? Okay, it's S watts versus that. So we're going up to a maximum of about, let's say, 2,900. So let's say 2,900. 2,900. All right, and then I'll figure out the, I'll put in the right formula for that, for the amp meter, 2,900. Fuel's good. Oil is, that needs to be, why the friggin' hell is oil so low? It's a factor off of the fuel. I gotta look at the oil. All right, low pressure we're not gonna get. All right, let's go back here. Check it out. All right, so we have 2,900. Let me see what the formula is I have in there is what we're getting for amp meter. Right here, so let's see. 2,900 divided by 66.6 is 43. So it'd be 43.54 divided by 1,000 equals, nope. 44 point, was it 44.43? Let me look. 2,900 divided by 66.6 equals 43.54. Okay, so 1,000 divided by 43.54. 2296. Okay, 2296. All right, that's indexed in. That works. All right, what the hell is going on with the oil is the question. Here's fuel, 0.2. So 3,200, 3,500 even, 3,500 times 0.2, 700. It's because I don't have an X in here. That's why. Okay, that would be why that was fit. Yep. All right, and let's see. And then what I want to do is go to here. And I want to fix the handbrake. See if I might just be able to fix it on here. Let's see. AD, can I can't, let's see, you can't really do that. Okay, let's go in there. The wrong function there, Scummy. Let's see. See, X plus of Z 0 to 1. Okay. I'm just clamping that out, and then let's see if that will give me what I want. So that doesn't go negative. Let's check all our numbers here. Oh yeah, come on, get in there, sucker. Okay. All right, oil's fixed. Fuel is good. Amp meter is working the way it should. Again, it's going to read off the S watts because the whole point is the system is automatically charging S watts to maintain the battery. Now, I could probably tune that P value in to be better, but as you can see, it is starting to do that. That's what will happen in Derail Valley. If you watch the amp meter, when you're stopped, right, and you go to add a lot of throttle to go forward, you have a lot of resistance. So there's a lot of power required to get that heavy mass moving. Once you get the heavy mass moving, it doesn't take a lot of power to maintain it. And that's actually the same way the electric motors are working in game. It requires a huge swing when we first start, but then it finally levels out and it's at stasis. If I decrease this number should go down. You see, number's going to go down. If I increase it, number's going to go back up. All right, it's going to exceed it, and then it's going to get into stasis there. All right, now if we stop, all right, if we stop, now you'll watch the amp meter will go all the way up because we're asking ourselves to go from 0 to forward. There it goes. It's asking a lot of power out of the system to be able to get us started. Now what I'm going to do is I need to have the traction motors get kicked off. So what we'll do is if we exceed a certain number on the amp meter, so let's say if we exceed 1,000, that should shut us down. Because we have to reset the traction motor. So there's a bunch of stuff here. Let's start going through the easy stuff first. Electrics, 13, and then we'll do traction motor off. Okay, so electrics is what on this? Electrics is 27. 27 to 13, okay. So 27, then we need 13. I have it right there. It's just not plugged in. Okay, it was started. It just wasn't plugged in. All right, so we need to do the traction motor shut off now. So the traction motor is going to shut off when we over amp it. So if the amps exceed 1,000, it's going to kick the traction motor off and the light's going to come on. So what we'll do is an up-down counter. So if it's greater, and I might have to tune it in so it will actually go over 1,000. So this is what would happen IRL is when you exceed the amperage too high, you're putting too much through, you're going to do things like burn wires and everything else. Not a good scene. So what we'll do here is we'll go ahead and let's see, max amperage for shutdown. So the circuit breaker actually flips the breaker when this happens. And so what this is going to do is pulse this. So that's going to pulse this. Actually, what do we want? Trying to think. I might not pulse it. I might see. I don't want to. Let me see. I don't want to pulse it because the amperage. If the amperage is still in excess of 1,000, for example, a circuit breaker. If it's still in a breaker state, you try to flip it back, it'll flip right back off. You know. So I want that. So we'll enable this. We'll make it 1. Okay. That will go over here. So if this is 1. That will then trip that breaker there. Okay. And then there's a reset scenario here. So when we... that's the problem, though. I don't want this to... okay, that will... no, that will click it up. Okay. And then we'll do a pulse. So I need to do a pulse off of the flip switch for the traction motor. So off 29. So what we'll do is we'll take a pulse off of this. And so what will happen is when I flip the breaker, it's going to reset this. And then so what's going to happen is if we hit 1,000, it's going to just kick us up to 1. And as long as we're still over 1,000, it's going to hold it at 1. And then what's going to happen is, so we'll be at 1. 1 will trip the traction motor, right? And so what we'll do here is, it'll be this, and then we'll put a Boolean in here. So it's going to be, it'll be X, right? One more time. X, and not Z, W. Whatever I put it in there is W. So what's going to happen is if I overamp it, if I go up to 1,000, this will happen in Derail Valley, is if you do too much amperage, the system's not set up for that. You're going to overheat. You're going to do all sorts of other things, so it automatically will trip the breaker when it overvolts and or overamps. And so what it's going to do is it's going to kick it up to a state of 1, which says, hey, we overamped. And then it's going to, so this switch, the traction motors will no longer run if this is overamped. All right. Then what you're going to do is you're going to flip the breaker. So you're going to flip the breaker off. All right. And then you're going to flip it back on. And because of that, it's going to send a pulse. And so let me see that pulse. Okay, that pulse is going to give it 1 push to reset it back to 0. It's going to reset to 0. So as long as it's reset to 0, again, that will only allow us to reset it to 0 for less than 1,000 amps. And then it's going to let us reset that traction motor breaker. So it will act as a circuit breaker. So that's good. So that's all in there. And then the light will go, let me see. Yep, the light will go off this. Beauteous. All right, good. So that will work just like it does in game. Yeah, I like these realistic features. You know, because, you know, part of it too is like if you're actually playing Derail Valley, for example, let's say you're creeping forward very, very, very slowly, and you quickly try to throw it in reverse. What's going to happen is the electric motors are now fighting a huge amount of force. It's, you know, I don't know what it weighs, 30 tons. It's a 30-ton vehicle. Even if it's moving 1 meter per second, and you try to put it in reverse, it's a huge amount of load on the motors, and they'll quickly overamp, and then they'll trip the breaker so you don't start melting wires and doing all sorts of other bad stuff, or smoking your motors, and so it'll trip the breaker. And now because it's tripped the breaker, no power is going to the motors. Well, now they cool down very fast, and then you have to go over and you have to actually manually flip the breaker. Now in the game, the switch will automatically flip itself off. We can't do that. But now what I have to do is reset it. So in order to get a new pulse, I have to shut the switch off and then turn it back on because it's a pulse. I'll click it once, it will send 1 pulse signal. So even though there's a toggle, this will send a push through. So when we start up, it will go to 0 to make sure we're at 0. So 0. And then what it will do is, bingo, we go over 1,000 amps. Click, we go to 1. It gives us the light. We know that the traction motors are disengaged. Oh my God, we can't move because the electricity is actually physically disengaged in the game from the motors. Motors have no electricity anymore. And so I have to go over and I have to flip the switch off and on again to then reset it to 0, and then that will allow me to actually turn the traction motor relay back on. So that will auto-trip that relay. So that will be cool. All right, so that should be all set up. So let me see if I can overamp it. Well, I'll see if I can overamp it. I'm going to have to change the number so we can overamp. Maybe I'll set it to 900. All right, so let's go. That's on. Okay. Okay, handbrake. What I should have done is put a 0 and a 1 on this. Let me see. I don't know. Let's go ahead, and so we have traction motors offline, and the electronics are on. The traction motor should be clicked on. Okay, traction motors offline. Let's see why. What I screwed up in the logic there. So traction motors is offline. I don't know why. Let's see. Oh, 0. I have it set to 0. Max amperage for shutdown, 900. Okay. I had that set to 0, so it was shutting off at 0. Okay. That would do it. So that actually looked pretty good as it was. That's a good test. All right, so now we're going to go on. All right, electrics will give me a green light. Bingo. Starter. Because I did the starter already, and this was off, so that's fine. Traction motors. Traction motor offline should also read on that. So let's fix that. Let's get the number. So that is 29. Okay, so let's see. So where's the light? The light is just on this. So let's see. All right, so I have a couple conditions for this. So let's see if I can get this slotted in without being a pain in the ass. All right, so the Boolean here is, so I have 2 conditions when the traction motor shuts off. 1, is when we are in an overamp situation, and 2 when this is not on. So that should be W, actually. Let's go there, and let's make you W, and then this will go like that. All right, so these are the 2 conditions when the traction motor should, when that red light should be on, saying, hey, your traction motors aren't on. It should be if we have either, see, X or not W. All right, so that should, if I don't turn on my traction motors, it should also give me a red light saying, hey, bud, your traction motors aren't on. It's actually, no, I'll leave that where it is. That's fine. Okay. So let's test that out. That should be working. And we should be able to overamp this now. I put a pretty low number on. All right, so electronics are on, but the traction motors are offline. Now I'll click the starter on. Now, when I click the traction motor button, the light should go out because we're not overamped, and the button is on. And shut the button off. Bingo. All right. So the next thing we want is dash lights. Cab lights, start. All right, we're started. All right, let's shut down. And we shut down. All right. There we go, shut down. All right, I want to bring it back online. There we go, we're coming back online. Okay, the shutdown button works. Beauteous. All right, let's go forward. All right, let's try to overamp it. So when are we going to hit our highest amps? We're stationary and towing something heavy, and we slam on the power, trying to get as much power as possible because it's utilizing as much electricity as possible. So I'm just going to slam it on as fast as I can. Bingo. And we just kicked the traction motors off. As you can see, traction motor offline. It's still full throttle, but we have no traction motor. All right. So that will shut us down. So I got to go all the way off again. I have to flip the button off. Flip the button back on. Traction motors are back online. And so now I will be less ginger when I do this. So like, see, there we go. And now I can really go full. Oh, shit. I screwed that test up. Let's go about 50%. You notice it starts going. Come on. God damn it. I'm pushing the wrong button. All right. So now notice even though I'm at full, we're not going to hit 900 because we don't have a lot of resistance right now. All right. Now I'm probably going to bring it back up to 1,000. Now if we go to a stop again, the other condition, let's say the brake's on. Right, brake on. Right, that's like having an enormous. I haven't put in the right speed. I got to put a physics sensor in. That's the reason I haven't done it, is to remind me to do a physics sensor. All right, so the brakes are on, right? Brakes act like there's a huge, heavy train behind us. So let's go see if we can tick off the traction motors doing this. Bingo, kicked off the traction motors. All right, because, you know, I quickly overamped because the brakes were on. Oh, crap. Did the traction motors in. Bingo, we're back. Shit, take the brake off, right? So we can go like there's 50+%. We're not going to overamp. And then we can go forward. So this is, you have to do this in Derail Valley. You'll notice this, the way you run your throttle in game is, as you bring in the throttle, you're essentially saying, hey man, I want maximum electricity right now. And it's saying, hey man, you're stopped. You're going to require huge amounts of electricity. And once you hit that amperage limit, it's going to trip you. And so you want to add a little bit, get moving. Once you have momentum, right, an object in motion wants to stay in motion. It takes a tiny little bit of force to keep you going. And so now I can go full on there, and you notice, you know, we're only running at 500 amps because I'm already moving, you know. So that'll probably go up to 1,000 because we will have train cars on here. All right, so sand needs to be played with, oil, independent brake pipe, those are all good. So that's all good. Again, speed will get fixed. I'll do that now, seeing it's bugging citrus. All right, so traction motor's working. Fuel shutoff works. Wheel slip and sander. Fan. These are going to be worked on next because these are pretty simple. Fan, forward light. All right. But that's a cool feature that I definitely wanted to add, so that's in there. All right, let's do that speed so citrus doesn't have an aneurysm. All right, let's see where I can put you there, guy. Could go right in the fuel tank. I've got more fuel than I need, so might as well put you right here. All right. That does need electricity. That will get electricity off of the main breaker bus. That's channel 9. And it's going to go to kilometers an hour, so I need to read that out. So let me grab the gauge real quick from the game and see, what do you go up to? You go up to 90 kilometers an hour is where the index is. So of course it doesn't really go. I've never gone that fast in game, but 0 to 90 kph, kilometers per hour there. All right, that's indexed now. Let's go. We're gonna need a tiny micro to run that. So. All right, let's do composite input. That's speedo. All right, good. Let's go in here. What are we reading? 9. All right, and then let's see what's 3.6. All right, so that's that. There, Citrus can be at peace now in life. There we go. All right, so these are easy because this is essentially, see if I can do a fan. I can't let it, let's see. It's friggin' huge. These pets are friggin' huge. Like this thing, the problem with this is it's too long. Like, I don't know, I almost could get this in here. Let's see if I can just stick it in here like this. It's a 4-banger, isn't it? Yeah, it's a 4-banger. I could extend one and get it in there. That's gonna have the pipe on the end. I don't want the pipe on the end here. It's gonna have to have some sort of propulsion to turn. Let's ignore that for now. Let's see. See if I can figure something out that I like for that. Might be able to XML edit a bigger prop down to size. Let's try that. Let's go. No, I can't because the collision is going to be freaking enormous. Yeah, it's just a hairy problem there. Could just do like a cross pipe maybe. Look alright on a motor. On a pivot rather. That's probably the leading idea. Because the collision can't be too big. I don't want to make a ton of frickin' noise. Because this, I have to have something on the end of it to turn it. So these are huge, man. I wish we could get a 1x1 propeller. Or even a 2x1. That would be nice. Let's see what I can do here. If I could make this turn, that's the thing, is I can't make this turn. That would be alright. If I could make it turn. But I can't make it turn, so. Because that's the perfect fan size there. I also don't want it to be super expensive to run because like a velocity pivot might even be... Who pressed P? Nobody did. So like maybe put it there. Very much, almost, I guess these were Czech, so it makes sense that it was kind of Soviet bloc. Let's try something here. Yeah, see the block behind it is too big. You know, it's almost kind of like this color, I think. I can't hide that. I can't hide the rotation anywhere. Yeah, we'll think about the fan later. But let's catch some chat here. So let's catch up. Does it? Yeah, burns oil. So what are we doing? Maxwell, we're working on the DE2, setting up the panels. So most of the systems are in place, actually. It's the just working on panels. What engine do you use? I used a modular 1x1. This one is oversized at, what are we talking here? We 6? 24. It's a 24. Yep, 24 cylinder. Assume up any difference between derail valid. Yep, exactly. Yeah, that's what I end up thinking, Maxwell, but I'm still not liking it. Yeah, Control S does. Yeah, I usually don't complain either, but that one is frustrating. The thing is, that is not like a very impactful change. It's not like, oh my god, everybody's now so used to it. I think they should easily Wednesday be able to be like, yeah, we got rid of Control S and for save. People said they don't need a quick command for save, so we'll just do without a quick command for save. Like, that is a piece of cake, you know? Yeah, I always double check the conversions just because, you know, it just verifies that it's not going to be wrong, you know. All right, so let's get the lighting correct here. I'm going to, see, I like these lights. I wish we get an RGB spot. We don't have an RGB spot, unfortunately. That sucks. I want an RGB spot. We don't have them. So I'm going to have to use reg RGB lights, which I'm not a huge fan of. Damn it. Because they go to red lights when it's on your ass. So I'm going to have to run these. I'm not a huge fan of them, but I'm going to have to run them like this. It's just, I can't get around it, you know. If I want them to do anything, if I want them to do what I want, you know, an RGB spot would be great too, because I also want to be able to tip it. I can't tip it, so I kind of have to do this, unfortunately. I really don't like it, but I have to do it. Because I want the red light when I'm going backwards, so. Yeah, RGB spot would be fantastic. It's little things like those that I don't think the devs would be against. It's just it requires time and effort, and you know, is it high on the list of things to do? No. You know, but it's something I would certainly like to see. All right, so let's see. Let's work on these. Of course, they're RGB now, so they're gonna be a big pain in the balls. I was gonna put them in this panel, but I don't think I want to. That's 2 spaces there. It's not terrible to have to do it in here. Let's do it in here. It's not going to be too bad. So that's going to be composite, output, forward light. Because this can be up to a 5x6, so I can go... This can get bigger too anyway. Why'd I just add another node for no particular reason? Forward light, composites... Output, rear, light, okay. All right, so let's see. I gotta go through some of my RGB business and try to remember everything too. All right, so we'll start with the mechanism of this stuff, and then we'll go from there to put in the RGB. So let's see where we're at here. So we have fan. That's forward light. Wish we could put it. I wish we could make these RGBs too, but this isn't RGB in game, or in derail. But so what is that? 19, and then that is by 21. So 19, 21. Okay. So 21's the button. It's gonna be a push. All right. So 21 is the button. So 21 right here. All right, so give me an up-down counter. Pulsed. All right, and that's going to go up. We want to have 0 be off. 1 is going... I could do dimmer, too, so Jesus, we're going to make this more complicated than it has to be, huh? 1 is dim white. 2 is bright white. 3 is red. 4 is bright red, maybe? Let's do that. Okay, there we go. All right. And then the same on the back. And then what are those? That is going to be 22, 24. 22, 24. Okay. 24. Okay, and this is going to trigger off of Shiza. What was it again? 19? 19. Let's see, what do we want for this? And so this will trigger on anything except... This will trigger 1 through 4. Will give me the blue light to tell me that a light is on. Go. All right. Let me say 22. I'll do another one for this. All right. 22, 24. Okay, 22. Same dealio over here. All right. I gotta go back and try to refigure out how to do RGBs correctly. I'll grab one of my examples and do it. I forget how to do a bunch of stuff because I'm gonna put in dimmer bullshit too and everything else. Gonna make it complicated. So yeah, I gotta go through all that complex bullshit and get that going. All right. All right, so that should go, and then we'll grab. Let me save this. I haven't saved this in a little while. If I screw something up, I want it fixed. Okay. Okay, let's grab the RGB light dimmer here. All right, and let's find everything I need here. All right, so let's see. All right, that's the dimmer portion right here. All right, so that's going to be a numerical switch box. So let's say we want 0.51 maybe. Dim lights. Bright lights. Alright, that's gonna go. Alright, and I gotta try to remember how to do all this shit, so. Alright, let's see. So I've got X times Y, so X is gonna be RGB times Y. Y is the dimmer value divided by 255. Is that right? I did an updated version of this too. I forget the formula. Christ. Let's see. This is white over here. Okay, this is white and red, so we want all of this here. All right, let's go. This is going to be the dim value there. Okay. And then these two can go actually as well, so. All the Shiza can go. Okay. Alright, that's a bunch of crap there. All right, so this is going to be bright or dim. I'm not doing this for both, but oh, bright dim's right here. Okay, bright dim's right there. This can actually go. And then what's this? These are going to be split. So. Okay, that's fine. So these are going to be for each one. That's fine. That can go up there. And then this is going to be, what are we going to run for? Dim is default. So dim is going to be 1 and 3. 1 and 3. So 1 and 3. One and 3 are going to be the brights. No. 1 and... What the fuck am I doing here? 2 and 4 are going to be the brights. 2 and 4 are the brights. All right, 2 and 4 are the brights. Okay. 2 and 4 are the brights. All right, and then the flips are going to be 1 through 2 and 3 through 4. Okay, that's going to fix that. All right, nice, nice. That can go like that. All right, so that's pretty good there. Let's see. Let's get you right there, I think. We'll move that up. That'll save me some bullshit. This can move down a little bit. All right, there we go. You can come over here for one of them. And then you can go down. And then you're going to go here. All right, beautiful. All right, so this needs to go over there, so we will go, let's go under here with you. All right, that's fixed. RGB gets relegated to the basement because it takes a bunch of space. That will tuck in, so I don't know what the hell's going on there later. I'm like, where the hell did that go? It's hidden so that I don't have to see a line. And I'll hate it later. Let's see. All right, so that's good. So that will turn on the dims, and then we need to turn on those. Those are turned on. If I get this on the first try, it'll be a freaking miracle. This should be front forward light. There we go. You should be rear. Bingo bango. All right, let's hook that up, see if that works for me. Forward light. Rear light, I ripped out lighting, so I have to put them back in there. I'll put you guys on the... want to be able to do lighting, probably off the hot bus, I'm thinking. Let's do lighting off the hot bus. Won't be able to do the switches here, but we can still do it there. All right, let's preemptively get rid of you, and then I need you later, and I'll bring you back. Oh, excuse me. Get out of the way, please. Let's see. All right, so we should be able to turn the cabin light on now without having to flip a breaker. That's why I did it the way I did. All right, so let's see. Electrics. All right, so all I really care about now is clicking on the lights. So let's go forward light. All right, forward light should be white. Dim. White dim. Let's go ahead and we'll go full send here on this. The light looks so dim in here until you go to night. And then it's like, oh, that's pretty damn bright, actually. So where the hell's the light? It's over here, I think. It's a weird, funky-ass spot. Where the hell's the light? It's over here. It's on one of these corners. I think it's right here. Yep. All right. So there is dim forward. There is bright forward. All right, we can see it get brighter. So that's max bright forward. And that lights us up nicely. All right, that is going to be if this is on the rear, that goes red. We have these floods. That's red dim. I don't know why you'd ever use a red bright, but I put it on there anyway. So that's red bright. You know, maybe you'd put the dim red on if you had a car right behind you, and if you had no car, you'd just put nothing. But it's in derail, I think, too. So if we're going the opposite direction, we have a bright white. Oh, we have a dim white in the back. There's bright white in the back. Can't see shit because it's not a spotlight. That's the problem, it's not a spotlight. So I'm going to have to put in... That sucks because it's not a spotlight, so it actually doesn't shine spot. What I... Try to decide. I might put regular lights in. I might double the lights up, put a red light. Yeah, RGB spotlight's a big feature request I would love to see. Because that's like, right now, I can't actually see any better because that light's on. So I need a spot. So they're going to have to be spots. And then what I might do is just put a red light underneath it. Or put, you know what I might even do? Put an, a paintable indicator there. It seems like a good idea. It's too dim. Like, I can't see anything. And the whole point is it's supposed to be a light that lightens up so I can see something. So I might, I'll fart around with this. That sucks. All right. So yeah, we're going to go back to spots. They're too dim. They're going to be too dim. I could just stack them, you know, theoretically. Put one above the other. Try that. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that for now. Because the red light's job is just pretty much to show you that that's the back of the loco, you know. That's pretty much all it's doing. So I could just do pretty much a, you know, I was thinking stacking spots. Let's try it, see if I like it. I don't know if I will or not. I'm gonna, yeah, let's see. Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. We'll keep that. We'll go like that. I do not hate it, so RGB spots would be better, but that's all right. All right, so let's fix this up now. We'll use the... Gonna add to this panel anyway. All right, so this way we can tilt them as well. All right, so let's go back in. Let's screw some of this off here. We still need some of it, so I'll go and cut some out. It's just not going to be bright enough, you know, it's not worth it. All right, let's go. We need to add 2 nodes here. We need 4 of these, huh? Yeah, we need 4 of them. Yeah, we need 4. That starts to fill us up here. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. We could still go 1 more row on this and fit it where I need to fit it, so we're all right. It's going to be forward, spot, white. Shit, now I need 2 more of these. Actually, no, I don't. I'm good with that. All right, forward. No, am I? Yes, because the light will be off, so it doesn't matter if it's angled or not. So it can still angle. It's just gonna be a different light. So that's fine. That'll work. All right, forward spot white. Output. Forward spot red. Okay. Rear spot white. Rear spot red. Okay, there we go. Yeah, but RGB spot would be choice. That would be really helpful. It's one of those things that you can see the devs adding because all they have to do is put in the RGB functionality. They're like, oh, we need something to do on a weekly update. Let's do that. You know, it's an ask for feature. It's not too onerous. All right, let's see. So we need to do a bunch of thresholds here. So for 1 and 2, we want to have on the white forward. Forward spot white. There it is. Okay, that's good. And then for 3, 4. So for 3, 4, we want to have the forward spot red. Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead and we'll do the forward light tilts. So let's see. We want a... I always write these backwards, and so I guarantee I'm going to do it. I think it's 2. All right, let's do 2. All right, and so this is going to be spot low. Spot high. 0. All right, good. That's done for that one. All right, now we're gonna go like this. I was gonna go like that, but I won't. I'll go like this instead. Okay. All right, and then for this one, it's gonna be, it will be 2, 4. Get out of there, you. 2, 4 for the high zone. 2-4 for the high zone there. All right, let's try that. All right, so here's rear spot white. Rear spot red. Of course, they're flipped. Why wouldn't that be rear forward spot white? Forward spot red. Composites, forward light. Rear light. Okay, and then let's see. Electricity. All right, there we go. Let's run it. All right, so we have, I didn't, there should be RBG. I have them painted fucked up. Let me fix the paint. Try it now. Put color that you can actually see. That'll be helpful, huh? Instead of a black light. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. We actually have a spot that might work here. Let's get out there so I can actually get off of these floodlights that are everywhere here. So we'll go, make sure we don't go too hard in throttle or we're gonna trip the breaker. They'll probably get increased a little bit when we actually start hauling cars. We're gonna have issues if I don't do that. All right, so that's the low light, just shines ahead of us. Let's get it completely out in the dark area here. All right, and then we want to go to the high. I couldn't tell. I wasn't paying attention. I can't see enough while I'm standing there. I got to stand here. All right, there's red. Holy mother. All right. Okay, it is tipping up. It's just not by much. It definitely does tip up. Okay, it tips up. That's fine. That's all it needs to do. Couldn't tell red, though. Does red tip up? Red should be tipping up as well. I can't tell, though. Let me see. Oh, get the fuck out of the way. Can't see it from there. It's not going to show me. I don't really care about the red's tipping up all that much anyway. So let's see. White light back. High white. Red. Tipped up red. Off. All right, that works. Beautiful. Fan does nothing at the moment. Those lights are working. Cabin is what? What is this cabin here? I don't know what that cabin's about. I gotta look at it. I don't think that's what it has on the actual one in derail. Let me look. No, that's horn. No, there's nothing there. So that shouldn't be anything. That cabin needs to go. That does nothing. Okay, that does nothing. Just need the horn. Okay. Why is that there? I don't know why I put that in there. That's got to go. Then the horn's got to, the horn can stay. Okay, cabins can go. Doesn't need anything there. All right, let's do 2. All right, that goes. And then horn, we got to put a horn in there. Let's grab a black color here. I don't know how directional it is. It doesn't matter. And what are you? You are 26 for the horn. Okay. All right, 26 is horn. That will go to buzzer. I could just shut that off. All right, good. That's good. That's good. What do you speed? You're in there, speed. All right, good. I think we're looking pretty good. What else do we need in here? Sander. I got to figure out something for the sander. So what I was gonna do is, I don't know how I want to do this. So what I was gonna do is a hybrid system. So what it will do is when you click on the sander, it will add some clutch from the actual engine to the drivetrain to overcome slippage. And it has essentially an amount that it will burn off to get rid of sand, and then at that point it doesn't have enough sand. So let's work on that. Not necessarily a 100% necessary feature, but it's something that can be added. All right, so right here, let's go. Do a pipe cross. That's gonna be, is that covered or is it, can I go straight up? I can go straight up, I think. All right, that is now attached there, okay. And where are we going here? What is this? That's air. Okay, that's air there. Okay, that is an RPS grab up there if I want to grab it from there. Let's see, what are we going here? Let's see. I'm going to grab it here and bring it back down, I think, and then we'll... Where is it? Let's see. Got some space here. Let's see where I want to put this. Let's do right here. That's full of shit, isn't it? Could go this side. Could go this side too. It doesn't really matter. All right, let's go. Go like this. Screw it. I need to put a hole in here anyways for when I do the coolant, because I have not done cooling yet. You probably shouldn't need too much cooling, seeing it's you know, diesel electric. Once it gets going, it's pretty efficient. Okay, let's grab, where are you at there, guy? I want this block here. Alright, so that will be how the sander works. So let's get in there. What sander buttons are? We have 16 and 17. So I need to read wheel slip. Okay. It was 17 for the button, right? $17 for the button, okay. 17 there. So 16 here. What the hell? Find a place to put this in. What's that? That's 3. 19. $16 for wheel slip. Okay. And then we need the sander. And I need to read out the sander value. So we'll go up, down counter. Let's just say there's let's say 250. Nope. All right, so if the sander is on, it's going to count down from 250. I need to figure out where the sander read is. So that will be the number going in the sander. Sand 250, that's 11. Okay, 11. Where you at, guy? 11. There's 11 right there. All right. There's 11 there. Okay. And then I need to go up one. So what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 6. Okay, so we can go up one more row anyway. 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay, let's do logic add there. Let's do number output. Sander clutches. Okay, sander clutches. All right, so 2 conditions will make the sander work. 1, if the button is on, and 2, if this is greater than 0. So if we have sand in there, if this is greater than 0, and if this is going. And this will go to an up-down counter. Zeros. We'll do 0. Yeah, 0 or 1's fine. I think usually 0. Let's do 0 or 5. Enable max 1. That sander clutch is there. Okay, and then if these conditions are not met, it will reset the sander. So if we run out of sand, or if we shut the sander off, we will no longer hook the engine up to the axles. That should help hopefully stop the wheel spinning. So, all right. That's going to be sander clutches right there. Control S. Hello, welcome back to the party there. Control S, appreciate you. Cat's gonna have a nice yak next to me. Gorgeous. Let's change this. I don't like the way this is. I want to make these the same. I was gonna say, did I just click Control S again? Don't know. Okay. All right, so that's better there. Okay, good. Let's go. Sander clutches. You can go there. Now they're just identical. All right, good. That's done. Wheel slip. I just need one. All right, that's pretty good. Deposits left. Nope, nope, nope. Good, good, good. Electricity for these two. Those will go off of the... off here. Okay. And then I'm trying to figure a way to reset the sander. I'm trying to think. I could put, like... I don't know. Could just do, like, a little water tank or something to fill. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. Yeah, maybe I'll do a water tank at some point. No, just when that's it. No, I don't know. No, I'll just do a fake counter. Figure out some way to reset the sander. Like if you open up a hatch or something, it's as though you filled it with sand. That's probably what I'll do. And then that'll also be another way to reset it. The quantity. So I don't think I have a reset on there, do I? No, I don't have a way to reset the sander, so I need to have a sander reset. Alright, so if we reset the sander, that will fill it up there. Okay. I think we'll put it right here. Alright, that way we can refill the sander. Alright. Now, I don't know if, well, if I can get some weight, we might be able to get, we'll probably get the wheel slip, so we'll test it out. Let's save it too. Save it first, turn all the lights on. We got a heavy car going here. Wait out a car really badly and try to see what we can do. I don't know if it's gonna actually work. I hope it does, but we'll see. All right. See what I can actually pull to. There's a good chance I tripped that breaker too a bunch of times. I do want to like have a reason to attach multiple locos too, so I don't want it too powerful where it's like there's no point in having the ability to attach multiple locos. I want it when we start getting heavy. I want to be able to. Okay, we're heavy. We have to add some locos. You actually hear the air valves go with the air. Okay, we're attached. Alright, so we just need to hook air. So air's in the front. Bingo. Valve. Valve. Alright, we should be good to go now. Brakes are all off. So want to kind of go up slow because we have some weight on there. We'll get close to tripping it if I hammer it too hard. All right, no slip on that. Not going very fast, but we're not slipping either, so. I'll grab another one of these. I want to get this slipped. Eventually, we'll get this to slip. There we go. I just tripped the traction motors. That was to be expected. Why is this? Oh, okay, it's going to go negative. I got to put an absolute value on that. I don't want it going negative on me. Might get a slip when they, because the brakes are on the back trail. Let's see. Looking for a slip. Might not be powerful enough to get a slip, so we'll see. It's a good test to see how powerful we are too. See if I can, what I can actually tow. All right, we don't want to go hammering on that throttle again because we'll overamp. So we want to go slow, and then we can amp. Once we get moving, it's a lot easier to move. So we're not slipping yet. I'm only feeding a 0.2 to the motors. I could increase that to try to get them to slip. Because that's, remember, that's acceleration rate. You change to tank wheel bumpers optimization. I just like the look of them better. There's still a suspension in there. There's still suspension in there. They're just pushed back so you can't see the suspension. But they're still on now. They're still on suspension pieces. So I might increase that the max value to the motors. I wonder what one of these weighs. Let's see what one of these cars weigh. 34,000. That's pretty good. That's 68,000. This is pulling, so pulling it. Again, it's designed for shunting. This is what it's supposed to be doing. Is just moving cars around. It's not. It's a very light freight. Oh, are we spinning? See if we're spinning yet. No, we're not spinning. Let's click the sander and see what we get for speed here. There we go. There we go. We spinning with the sander on. But we're getting speed with the sander on. There, see? We overamped. I don't know why the sand's reading 0, but it is. That needs to be a toggle. That is a toggle. It just doesn't light up. Traction motor got tripped. And it should trip right away, too. Watch. Trip right away. Bingo. There, you got to pull back on it. Sander's on. I don't know why the sand value is at 0. I gotta check that out. Alright, let's get this back. See what the frig is going on with the sander value. Reset value is that. Where is this going? Oh, it should be going, yeah, it should be going to 11. At 11, we're starting at 1, right? Start channel 1, that's going to 11. Double check the sander, make sure that's at 11. Yeah, sand is 11. Oh, it's showing 0 sand. Let me check it real quick. Okay, sand's in there. Let's click it on. See how fast sand comes off. Okay, it's just too fast. That's all it is. Alright, we'll make it 10 times slower. That's all it was. Okay. Fortunately, the Sanders seems to be increasing wheel slip because it gives it a bunch of torque when we're attacking. Hey, let's try something real quick too. Where's the drive system? Drive system here. Where is the where are the motors that are being plumbed by here? Right here. Nope, that's brakes. Where's the motors? Right here. Motor right here. Okay. Motors. Let's set the motor different. Electric motors. Alright, I should set that. So this is gonna be Z, or Y rather. That's Y. And then we're gonna put motor max value. What do I have? What did I have it on? 1? It was on 1. It's on 1 right now. Never mind, it goes to max. Could add some more electric motors. We'll add this anyways, and then that can be tuned as necessary. So I'm gonna add an extra motor. I want a little bit more heft out of this sucker. There we go. Let's do 2 more. Then I can always bring them down as necessary. It has to be 1. No, it doesn't. It's going up the top. Okay, it could be 2. Get the right color, you scum. There we go. Where's an Omni? Omni right here. So I want it to have realistic performance, so. But I do want you to have to actually go get, like, you know, if you want to actually do some speed, you're gonna have to go get another unit. You know, you can still do it, but you're gonna want to go get another unit. You know, if you're actually trying to do it. Fucking Control S. There it is. Oh, you're frustrating, Control S. You really are, man. Okay. All right, let's try this now with it. Yeah, we gotta watch that amp meter now with 4 motors too. That's gotta go real gingerly on that. I'll probably change the rate on it a little bit. I don't want. Oh shit! I hit that hard. I wasn't paying attention. There we go. All right. There we go. The p-value is not great on that either, so I gotta change that as well. Let's fix that up because it's revving too fast, which is not great. Let's see. So I don't want it to be. I want it to have some variability like that, but that's a little excessive. It's kicking it up really fast. Shit. All right. So the one value on the motors, that can come down. That's like, consider that acceleration. So right now the acceleration is too much. And so I'll change it where it's not accelerating so bad. Let's go ahead. So we want to go real gingerly here, or else we're going to over amp the traction motors. You know, as we are pushing a heavy load, you know, we eventually are going to get to a point where we can't go any higher. So I'm going to make it 1,000. If it hits 1,000, it's gonna trip it. I just put the 900 there as a little bit lower than I would like, so you hit the traction. Hiss. All right, let's go ahead. I'm gonna fix that. Let's see. You're in here. Let's go 1,000. Right. So if it hits 1,000, it's gonna overamp. The 900 is to make sure I could do it. And again, I'll probably limit the max value in the motors. Now that we have 4, it will just decrease acceleration rates. All right, there we go. Mare in there. So now as I keep increasing, we're pushing against a steady load. You'll notice, see how it's staying where it's supposed to? Well, not that it's supposed to, but in order to push this heavier load faster, I'm going to have to use more amps. And so as I go up, you notice the amp meter goes up. So it's working realistically how it would IRL. You know, so we're already doing pretty good here. We're doing 2.4. And eventually we will tap out. And so like in Derail Valley, if you look at the amp meter, it has a yellow band and red. So we'd be right in the yellow band. And once we hit red, we're going to over-amp it, and it's going to click off. What do you mean, over amperage? You use an amperage, and then, no, it's not a mod. I made it. It's based off of real life. If it, it's based off the S watts that are being produced. If it overamps as though it's putting too much electricity through the system to order to feed the electric motors, it ticks off the breaker, and the breaker breaks like it would IRL. It's not a mod. I made it. As you do with everything in this game. It's a building game. All right, so that's working pretty well there. I'm probably not gonna be able to get it to slip. Let me quickly do some sand. Shit, I just overamped it just as I clicked the sander on. All right, there we go. That's reset. Let's go ahead and start increasing again. Trying not to overamp it here so I can test out the sander. Trying to get up to a reasonable speed. So I want it this way where, like, if we're going to, you know, the other thing, too, is, like, in Derail Valley, you're going to be putting, like, I had a 34 car. Did I turn on the air? I did, okay. What's it doing? Is the brakes on? No, the brakes are off. I am slipping. Oh, well, I'm not slipping. I'm spinning. Okay. So, like, in Derail Valley, you know, I could move, like, 34 cars. Not with this loco. But if I want to move, you know, so this, in Stormworks, I'm not going to be moving 34, so it will be a little bit less powerful than it would be IRL, too. So, like, something like this in here is fine. All right, so we're currently slipping. This is just too much weight. So what we're going to do is let's go recruit another loco. And so I want to make sure this is going to be to the point where if we want to start doing really heavy stuff, we're going to need to start stringing locos together. Because, you know, if I made it too powerful, you're never going to need another loco, and then there's no reason with the system to need it, you know? Yeah, let's actually do this. Let's grab the autosave. I can, 1904, I can save this as the latest version. All right. So let's go interlink 2 locos together here. All right, so we'll interlink 2 locos together to go help push this load. All right, feels pretty realistic. The acceleration rate on this is pretty good. Like, we're doing, you know, 15 kilometers an hour already. All right, so we'll interlink 2 together, and then that way we can test with having the 2 going together here. All right. So I want to make sure all my brakes and my throttle are zeroed. This should be in forward. I don't think it has to be in forward. It doesn't matter. If I remember the way I set it up here. So let's go ahead and I'm going to make sure this is shut down because I'm spinning my wheels. So let's, nope, I did shut that down. Okay, good. We're not spinning the wheels anymore. Let's go ahead and interlink these. So we need air. We need air valves and we need to hook up the multi-link. All right, they're interlinked now. We'll control it from this one. All right, let's start pushing now with 2. All right, and so now we're going, and if I go check the back one, it should be showing me its revs. So tack, as you can see, the tack is up. So this one is pushing and helping. Amp meter's up, so that means it's pushing and helping. All right, so the multi-link's working. Wonder if it hit something it doesn't like. It's acting as though it hit something hard and doesn't want to move at all. Because we see we're spinning. Oh, this one's not spinning. Shit, what's up with the multi-link? Why is the multi-link not spinning? Multi-link should be pushing with this. You get in under there and see if I can check it. I can't check. Why is this not pushing the multi-link here? The traction got tripped on this one. That instantly tripped it out there. Why is that tripping the traction on that? Let me see. Yeah, I thought they were both pushing it first. Let's see what's up with why this is tripping the traction motors. Should be able to run it from here, so let's see. The interlink's just adding them together, so I should be able to jump in here and do it too. All right, there we go. We are pushing now. So we should have them going. I must have just goosed one of them too much. So I'm trying to think how the amp meter... So they still should be... So they're interlinked on electricity too, so they should be running the same electricity. Let me make sure I hooked up the connections correctly, because if the electric connection's coming through, that'll keep the engines running at the same rate. So this has an amp meter of 68. Let's see what this one's running at. Come on, jump. If it's on same, we're good here. Now, see, this one's pushing hard now. So I gotta see why the interlink's not running correctly. Who said there's RPS being transferred between vehicles? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's going pretty well there, Caster. I'm trying to see why this one, whatever is commanding it, I'm trying to see, it's not doing multi-link properly. Should be taking it and adding it through the multi-link to... So it should be adding the same motor run to both. All right, so that's up. Let's see if that tripped the breaker on this one, because it tripped the breaker last time. I don't know why. Yeah, see, it's tripping the breaker. I don't know why is it pushing an amp meter that high. That's interesting. That instantly taps it off. Back it up a little bit. Let's bring this one back to the workbench. This is the most recent version, so let me save this version up. Make sure this is good. And let me just get rid of this version. I want to make sure that these are good here. I'll do a quick multi-link test. See, make sure that they're running correctly, because that weight might just be too much. That's a lot of weight. All right, there we go. We got close to knocking the traction motor off on that one. All right, let's get another one of these. Make sure it's the right version. Yep, that's the right version. All right. So I just want to check the multi-link, make sure the multi-link is running these at the right way. Because what it should be doing is it should be sending the signal to the motors, and then the diesel electric generator is just going to do whatever it needs to do to maintain that electricity. And so it's going to automatically set the amp meter to wherever it needs to be to produce enough electricity, and so it, you know, they should essentially run independently except for what you're commanding it to do. So let's see. So we'll do a couple runs forward, back, and see what's up. Okay, that's plugged in. Let's see. Let's go. Go neutral. It doesn't matter. It's sending the motor signal through, so I don't need to set the reverser on both of them, just one of them. So let's go back real quick and let's just test it. So, all right. So let's see where this amp meter settles when I go back, and I'll go in the next one. So somewhere around 350, it's settling. This one should hopefully be around the same because it's running the motors at the same. Okay, yeah, so that's fine. It was just, I think, the center one was spinning and this one wasn't, so it's a heavy test, so it's hard to tell. Let's go get one of these back, and then I'll get rid of one of them, because I think 2's pushing our luck for right now. Two's kind of pushing the luck, so. All right, so I'll hook up 2. I just kicked the traction motor off. Which the problem is, if I boot the traction motor on the back one, which actually probably if you kick the traction motor off on the rear, it's a physical breaker. You're going to have to go in the back and fix the traction motor anyway. Yeah, so you're probably going to have to do that anyway if you were to overamp it. The problem too that I'm probably going to have is see. So it's based off of S-watts. It's going to have to produce more S-watts for 4 motors, too. So I'm going to probably have to decrease the motors down to, say, what do we have, 2 before? So I'm probably going to have to limit them to 0.5 so that we're not running excess amps to push all 4 motors. Or else we're going to get an excess amperage problem. All right, there we go. Grab the hose, brakes. I don't need interlink. So that's could be part of the issue too, so I gotta figure that out. Okay. I'm gonna start out slow so I don't overamp this sucker. I will overamp it if I'm too aggressive here. There we go, just overamped it. Yes. Which you would do IRL too if you did it. Now I'm gonna go fix the traction motors in the other one. There we go. Traction motors back up on this one. Oh, come on. Okay. Yeah, so probably have to limit this down to 0.5 on the max motor rate because now there's 4 motors. So all I'm going to do is the generator is going to have to produce double the electricity, you know, and so that's going to cause problems. So, you know, I might gear those motors or something to try to get the little bit of low-end grunt out of them. We'll just have to see. So I don't want to hit 1,000. If I hit 1,000, we're going to overamp and trip them. So I'm trying to keep them just under 1,000. But 2 is definitely helping pull the weight better. We're doing double the speed, so that makes sense. Make sure all the brakes are off on this too. It should be off. Just want to make sure the air is flowing through perfectly fine. Yep, air is flowing through fine, so the air brakes are working fine on there. All right, let's dump this real quick and see what how they perform together now with the new motors. So I'll probably limit those motors to 0.5. Let's set the train brake. Let's set the you know what? I had the goddamn independent brake on the entire time, guys. Shit. I had that independent brake on the entire time. No wonder it was struggling. I was like, why are we struggling so much? I had the train brake. I had the locomotive brake on the entire time. That's why we were struggling so much. The locomotive brake was on. Jesus Christ. That's pretty funny. Now we're not struggling at all. So you see, I'm watching the amp meter. As soon as that amp meter hits that notch, bingo, it's going to click off the traction motors. So we got to be careful not to bang into it. Yeah, so we'll see how my system's working here too. Is my sander works off of, it's essentially, you know, these are diesel electric IRL, and so what I'm doing, the problem is to make it a little bit worse actually, is we get wheel slip, I can turn on the sander, and what it does is it's attaching the drive shaft to the wheels to try to give it some extra, but it's all that's doing is over revving it. So, you know what I don't know. There's not really a good way to do a sander because by recruiting extra power, all you're really doing is you're increasing the chance you're going to slip the wheels in game. So there's not much I can really do with the sander. You know, I'll keep it the way it is. Not that that's necessarily going to help, but it will add a little extra power. So if you need a little extra power, you can click the sander on. You've only got 250 units of sand, so you run out of sand. Now you've lost that extra little bit of power, so, you know, still kind of a cool and useful feature. All right, so now, like, we're down to 920 amps because we're kind of moving now, so I can increase a little bit. This throttle's still set low, so I could increase that if I needed to. Let's see what the batteries are doing here. Yeah, we're producing enough electricity for batteries, so no problem with 4 motors. So just watch the amp meter. As long as we stay under the, as long as we stay under 1,000 amps, we're not going to trip the traction motors. If I go over 1,000 amps, we're going to trip the traction motors. So. What is Tethys supposed to be? Tethys is a home ship, so it has, you know, you can use that as a mobile home base, so it can land a VTOL of some sort, helicopter or VTOL. It has a parasite rescue craft. It can hold cars, land vehicles in its garages, mainly the back garage, and it can carry containers. So it's kind of like a dual home ship. You know, it's a home away from home. Do need to put a switch on this. I'm trying to think, I'd like to do a radio switch. I don't know if I can do it because, like, in Derail they use handheld radios. So I don't know how I'm gonna do it in here. I might do some sort of handheld dealio. You know what I might do is do some sort of handheld thing to do the switches. Bro, I gotta figure out a way to do it that I like it. Yeah, it could be a hidden micro in the build that then interacts with a radio or radio control. So you'd actually like use that to trip the system. So like right now we're at 989 amps. So as long as we don't hit 1,000, that's about as far as my throttle can go. Any faster than that, you know, any more than that, we're gonna trip it. So that's not bad. Pulling two of these to pull that big bitch. So again, this is pretty good. It gives me a reason to have multiples. Is that they are so like we're doing 11. Let's go ahead and stop real quick. Okay, let's grab one more. We did 11 last time. All right, let's go ahead and get this going. You know, we'll hook up to those and we'll see what we can do with 3. Yeah, so the whole goal of these is shunters. I don't want this, you know, I want this to be realistic, and I also want it to have its own job so that, you know, there's a reason to pull out a regular locomotive, you know. 'Cause if you didn't, there would be no reason to pull out another locomotive. You know, so these will shunt, do small, light rail stuff. Like if we need to run a car down to the iron mine, you know, we could use one of these. But we're going to want a bigger locomotive if we're running far distance, you know. So I got I forget what it's called. I forget the model that I got last night in Derail, but it's the old school, you know, mechanical diesel that's really cool. This needs to go to an absolute value. It's the old school mechanical diesel. I have the independent brake on. Old school mechanical diesel, so that'll be fun because it's essentially it's 2 gearboxes, kind of like how they used to do tractor trailer, and so you're just doing combinations on the fly. And that's been a lot of fun to use because it's you know, it's kind of almost like a high range, low range box where you're running, you know, you run 1 through 3, and then you can run, so it's a 1 through 3 1. You know, 1 through 3 2, 1 through 3 3, and then you can get you know, set any setup that you actually need. All right, so let's go. Might have the independent brake on this one. I gotta check it. There we go. Independent brakes off. Okay, yep, everything's good. So we're good to pull with 3. All right, you don't want to yank on the throttle just like in Derail. You want to take it easy, or else you can overamp it. Once the load starts moving, right, it requires less force to keep it moving. So now you notice the amp meter. I'm just eyeballing this amp meter. As it comes up, as long as it doesn't hit the top, which is 1,000, it's not going to trip the traction motors. So I got to be careful. And then as we start to maintain the speed we're going, if we stop accelerating, then it's going to drop because it requires less power to maintain that speed than it did to achieve it. So like now you can see we're up to we're around 14 there. The little bit of speed decelerations is us going around this big circle here. It's kind of bumpy. What's going on here? Oh, I pushed it back. Let's go. I trip a traction motor somewhere? What's going on here? Didn't trip the one in here. I tripped one in the back. Might have tripped one in the back. See if I tripped a traction motor in the back. Starting to push it a little bit there, so maybe we tripped a traction motor. Yep, tripped a traction motor in here. All right, that one tripped that traction motor. Likely we tripped this traction motor too. Yep, tripped this traction motor too. There we go. Yep, we just tripped him again. So I gotta drop that throttle a little bit. The problem is when, because this circle, it's acting like a brake. So as you go around the circle, it's giving it a braking force. So it's adding a bunch of resistance all at once. Like we'll go down on the throttle here a little bit. So it's the rail is braking us as we go. So I'm gonna reset all the traction motors. So that gives you something where you actually have to like be a pilot and you actually have to operate the vehicle and be an engineer in there. As you can't just act like a dickhead. You gotta drive it properly and watch your amps. You hit 1,000, you're gonna kick it. You know. You can see like every time we hit one of these bumps, because it's not actually a curve, it's a bunch of straight lines. Every time we hit the edge of a straight line, you notice that we get a big braking force, and so that's causing the traction motors, causing the motors to try to, you know, it's a braking force, so it's causing load, which is then increasing the amperage use. So try to get out of this loop here. Get out of this loop. We'll go for a little run. Alright, so just need to watch this amp meter and go up a little bit. Don't want to hit 1,000, so. You know, so it's good to have some guardrails, you know. It's like, you know, some people make these things that they just do everything, and it's like, well, why ever build another vehicle, you know? So I like having some guardrails on things and some reason to go to a different vehicle. We're gonna have to back out of here. We gotta go around the loop one more time. I just want to test it a little bit, so let's keep going. I'm just a hair here. Ooh, close, close, close. All right, so we're up to there's 13 kilometers an hour. So I'm happy with that for this big weight. You know, most of our stuff does not weigh anywhere near this. You know, like we're gonna be pulling road railers with this. We're gonna be pulling some of the you know, the carry cars. So that brick weighs 34,000. You know, and then that will give me an incentive to make like a DH4 or make something else that's a little bit more powerful. You know, so we're gonna get this braking force as we come around this jaggedy, because every one of those jags there is gonna act like a brake, and then the motors try to force through it, which is gonna increase the amperage. So it's running pretty steady now. We'll back on a straight track. We'll go for a little run. The systems are working pretty well, so pretty much most of this can be buttoned up. Fan is not in or working. I don't know what I'm going to do with the fan. I can't make something that I like. You know, the boat motor is just... The boat propeller is too big. You know, I could just put in like a wind indicator and just let it free float and just sit. And then... you know, you wouldn't be able to get it to move, but you know, pipe on a velocity pivot, I don't like the look of. You know, I can't do like a props shrunk down because the collision's still going to be huge, so that can't go in here. Braking system's working great. You know, simulated air brake system works. I bet you I have the frickin' handbrake on. Do you have the handbrake on? No, it would show me if I had the handbrake on. I just never put it on, so it's off. I was going to set it where the 0 position was on. Or it defaults. What I was going to do is default to 1, and then you have to go to -1 to get rid of it. That's what I was going to do, so that it starts in the on position, so you have to shut it off, so I'll do that too. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead and stop. All right, let's do train brake, independent brake. All right, pull the train brake back off. All right. And we'll back it out through here and go for a little run up to your end. Somewhat of a CVT. What are you talking about? My build? No, not a CVT at all. I don't know what you're talking about. I building a oh, thanks, Caster. That's cool. That's cool. Sounds like a cool build. Why would I? Oh yeah, Citrus. I see Citrus is busting balls. Citrus is busting balls again. Should it have a sync button, Citrus? The old sync button. Oh shit, I didn't mean to clear that message. Damn it, I'll try to get that one back. That would be an archive, I think. Let's see. I'll find it. Why the fuck are we going around the loop? Did I not switch that fucking switch over? God damn it. I get distracted mid fucking operation there and completely forget it. Jesus Christ. What's that? Low pressure on the air? Okay, we gotta build up air pressure here. Why do we have low pressure on the air? Pump should be kicking in. Why was the pump not kicking in to give us air pressure? Get out of the way, turtle. Not literally just come back and fucking flip that? Maybe I didn't. Probably got distracted by my phone when I meant to do it. Get out of the way, turtle. I don't want to run over you. Why do we have no air? The pump should be going. Interesting. Pump should be going, giving us air pressure. We're low on air pressure. Interesting, interesting. You should be giving us air pressure when you're low. Why are you not running there, pump? Something gets stuck in the open position? Give me a page up there. The brakes... Oh, fuck off. I was in no clip mode. Come on. Ugh. The one thing I miss about derail while playing this is the press F to quickly get in the thing. It would help with testing. Yeah, I don't know why the air pressure's low. That I can't see the pump from inside, so that should be pumping up my reservoir. Yeah, see the main reservoir is low. The pump should be going. Did I accidentally delete? I wonder if I accidentally deleted. Let me check it. I might have deleted the fluid port because that would cause it. But why the hell is that pump not going? Let me look. The pump should be building air pressure here. It's got electricity on the regular systems. It's got everything it needs. It's got, yeah. Oh, it's got a hole in the floor. Oh, you know what I did? I completely got rid of all the holes in the floor. So it has no place to suck air in from. It's sealed in here now. That's what happened, was it became sealed in here. This pipe, I think, leaks, though. I thought that pipe leaks. Does that pipe not leak? Yeah, let's try something here. Let's try to get that air pressure down. Let's put that back the way it was. Let's spawn it. Let's see if I can get the air pressure down. Should be able to cycle the brakes and get that air pressure to dump on me here. All right, let's go. So we're up at max bar there. Let's cut some air pressure. Cycle some brakes. See if we can get this air pressure to dump on me and not recover. All right, we're dumping well. All right, so low air pressure. All right, we got nothing. So let's try, see if that was it. If it's, I put a hole in there, and I covered up all the freaking holes. That would do it. Let me see. Try to put a better hole in there. Cat's driving me shithouse right now. He's bumping into me as I'm trying to do this. Let's try to see what we can do to get some air in here. Let me just, we'll do that. Let's see if we've got air in there. I'm trying to get to a state. Because when I put in the clutches for the sander, I probably completely sealed that volume. I could have done a test with a tank, or with a liquid meter, but this works too. All right, yeah, we're recovering now. It's working now. It's pumping. Let's do a test here. Let's load it up, see if that was sealed. This can't be sealed because it has to be able to suck air from inside. I could just put a fluid port on there. Do that. Let's see, where can I stick one here? Right there. Nope. Need to have nothing in front of you there, guy. All right. Yeah, it's sealed. Okay, that is sealed. That would cause the problem. That would cause the problem. All right, I'll ventilate that. So that's what my issue is. That makes sense. All right, get out of the way. I thought I had enough holes in there. I guess I didn't. All right, let's see. There should be holy shit in here. Let's see. All right, that should be open now. Let's give it a quick double check. All right, we're good now. All right, so that was the issue, was I accidentally sealed that up, and so it was trying to suck air out of an enclosed volume, and eventually it ran out of air. So, all right, give me, we're on additive paint, aren't we? There we go. All right, let's save this as the definitive DE2. There we go. All right, so that's why we're having a brake failure, is I couldn't refill the air brakes. Excellent. All right, so that's good. That system's back to working. We could probably hide some micros here. So pretty much the systems are all working as intended. Let's go ahead and we'll clean these up. Okay. All right, so that's fixed. Let's start putting some micros away. How's it going there, Oscar? How are you? All right, let's see. I'll start doing micros, put away. I think, what else do we need in here? I think we're pretty close to being done. We're pretty close to being done here. Yeah. Yeah, we're pretty close to being done, I think. We'll get the lights away. Let's go through item by item. So those are good. We tested out the low air. That worked. Okay, that's what I want to fix. So I want to fix the handbrake. So the handbrake will be, let's see. What's that? Z? Z. So it's going to be Z plus 1. All right, so Z plus 1. So when we get in there, it's going to be, the handbrake's going to start at 0. And so it'll be 0 plus 1, so it will be full brakes on. And so when we light this sucker up, you'll see we have a, why is the handbrake light not on? Should be at 1. Why is that handbrake not on? It says backlight true. Did that accidentally fuck up the color on this? I probably did. No. Why? Oh, backlight's true. This indicator's not on now. Why the hell is that not on? This should start in the check what's up with that. All right, so let's see. Handbrake is Z. Z plus 1. 0 to 1. So it'll be X plus 1, which would give me a loco brake of 1. Oh, it's, you know what I bet it is? I bet that's working. The handbrake indicator is different now. Okay. The handbrake indicator light is different, so I have to look in here now. So that's, I have to fix this too. So where's the handbrake indicator light? Handbrake indicator light, where are you, guy? So it's probably was on fine. It was just the indicator light's not working now. Where are you at, handbrake? Traction motors, backlights. Where are you, handbrake indicator? Handbrake. The hell is it? Where is it? Oh, okay, right here. Handbrake right here. If the shunter handbrake is greater than... Oh, okay, that's why. All right. The shunter handbrake is, let's see, greater than... let's do a threshold on that. Yeah, let's do a threshold on that. So we'll do -1 to 0. That's why we aren't getting an indication. All right, there we go. That will fix that, because I changed the way that works now. All right, so we should get a handbrake light on when we start it, because I want the handbrake on by default. All right, we got a handbrake on right here. Handbrake's applied. Okay, good. And then we want to grab the handbrake, and we want to go full to the left. That should shut it off. Bingo, that's off now. Fuck off, you are not. Why not? Should be -1. So if you're -1, oh, I see why. It's the backwards. I did it backwards here. Should be 0 to 1. Okay, 0 to 1. No, that's not right. It should be, let's see, -0.99 to 1. That's what I want. All right, that'll work. Let's do it. Check it. All right, so look over our shoulder. All right, we want to go all the way to the left with the handbrake, and the light goes out, and we have no brake on. Beautiful. I'm going to go on with the handbrake. Anything on handbrake, it's going to add it back up, and we've got a handbrake warning. And then what I'll do is add that to the cars. I'm not going to do a big wheel on for the handbrake on those. I'll do something different, but probably do a, I don't know, torque crank with a button or something, and so that will show the so this light will come on if any of the cars have their handbrake on too. So you'll be able to put the handbrakes on the cars as well. All right, and then that shuts it off. So that's good. That's set. All right. So that's fixed. Let's go ahead and start hiding some micros here. I think we're pretty good for that. All right, so this one was pre-measured to go in here, so that was good. Okay. And then we got a bunch of good small ones here that can go everywhere. Let's see, what do we got for space on the sides here? This one has a lot of side space. This one has the actual engine in it, so this one has some fake louverin on there. I need to do cooling. I've yet to do cooling, so we got to do cooling at some point here. Let's get some of these plumbed in here, though. I was trying to kind of do a new standard where I don't put microcontrollers all over the friggin' thing, but that didn't happen, of course. As usual, that didn't happen. Let's be careful here. Fuck up my colors here. I'm not careful here. Got colors. Got shadows and shading going on there. I gotta be careful with that. All right. This needs to be colored properly. All right, some of these can go on top here. Cut you and move you up. Get the paint going on. Yeah, I'll do it anyway. Let's go. Okay. There we go. Is that a two-banger? work on this exhaust pipe. That was just a placeholder anyway, so that's got to change. We got a 4-bang somewhere right here. 4-banger will work. Right there. Okay. It's 2-banger here. Go. Alright, what do I want to do for an exhaust pipe? We'll figure that out. Alright, good. So now that looks much better with the micros hanging all over it, and it's pretty good. I can't think of what else this needs. I think we're pretty good there. It's going to get some paint blockage in here, I think. Let's work on that. That's going to be a little bit of time intensive, so let's do that. Let's get going on that. So. Okay. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to paint, so I'll fix it later. Let's see. Go one more thicker on that, I think. There we go. Alright, good. So that's going to be good and easily replicable. And then this one here, I guess I can keep going on that one to get that one fixed. All right. Cat, could you give me like 2 minutes apiece, please, a day? Fucked up? No, we're good on it. Okay. That went too far, didn't it? I can't tell because this friggin' wheel keeps getting in the way here. Making it a pain in the ass. Right, there we go. This wheel sucks here, right there. All right. Got an arrow in there. Now it looks good. All right. Alright, nice. So that's looked good. See how it looks in there. Yep, that's good. Probably do another setup here, I'd say, maybe. The top. So what's the differential in this? What is the differential on the top? They're so far apart. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so yeah, I would start there right at the first spot. Okay. What are these? These are 3 downs essentially. There we go. Press the wrong key. There we go. That's better. And the bottoms, why did the bottoms not end right? I'm gonna make the bottoms end right here. I gotta fix the bottoms. Typical, typical, typical. Okay. Can't be fixed, that's fine. All right. I think that's finally, hopefully done. Yeah, that looks good. Excellent. Read some of this good old chat. I believe it's called Handle. Here, look. Control handle. What was I doing here? Oh, cooling. Thank you for reminding me of that. Let's see. Cooling. Should have plenty of space to get what I need in here. I don't really want to go overboard. What do we got? That's 4. Could bang the exhaust back one and cat's trying to be as annoying as possible. I don't really need a 5 in there, I don't think. I think a 3 is fine. Let's put it through here. So let's do... I'd like to do it in the back, though. Let's see. Where am I running? I'm running power up to the front for the... that. Okay, yeah, let's see. I'm running power here, so let's run... Let's cut here. Could have gone right there. Let's go there. Let's grab an impeller. Okay. Make sure that's... I gotta make sure this isn't sealed, so... as well. Let's go... manifold piece. Do T-piece on that. And we'll go... U. Not that we're ever gonna see this engine, but we'll put some... my branded color in there. All right, so there's a radiator in there. And then I just need to make sure that this is not completely sealed in here. So let's double check that this is not sealed in here. Oh, fuck off with clicking everything I don't want to. I have to do the railings too. Let's see. Make sure that's not completely sealed. And it's not. It is. So it is sealed, so I gotta fix it here. That cannot be sealed. Kissed by a rose or whatever. Okay, there we go. And then do I want to color that in like that? I want to keep it dark. I think I keep it dark. Yeah, I'll keep it dark. And then that needs to have some holes in it. All right, we'll punch a couple holes in here. Let's see, where can I punch some holes? That can't go there. Yeah, cut some holes here. Let's do some symmetries. Okay. That should work. Double check it, even though I pretty much know that that's going to be open now. All right, good. So we are now not sealed again in there, and we can cool through there. So I haven't seen any potential heating problem or overheating problems here, so I think we should be pretty good. There'll be some more detailing work on it, but for the most part, it's up and running, so we can use it in multiplayer games, and I can use it in Career Build Series games. Check up some chat. Exactly, Mach 54, yeah. What about the front paint stripes? Alright, so there's a sander button in here, so if we need to replenish the sand, that works as the sander fill there. I'm pretty content with this. This works well. The systems are working well, so this will get a bunch of testing, and then I'll come out with all my train systems so you guys can use it. This one I intend to release when it's done. Again, I've already got... The first day I worked on it, when it had nothing in it, people were already like, is that on the workshop? When it's done, it'll get put on the workshop. Got the cats attacking me. Stop, but I'm trying to play here. He inhabits my lap, and then he expects to be able to do whatever he wants. It's like, no, sir, you may not. All right, so handbrake's applied. Let's go ahead and take that off. All right, Is that off? That's off. Okay, good. Let's go ahead and we will. Starter is already on. We're already good. We're tack is up. Let's go. As long as we don't go over 1,000, we're not going to trip the breaker. If I, what do you mean? Can you join me? No. Like when? Like what are you talking about? I'm not playing multiplayer right now. Again, multiplayer streams are to the members first, long-term subscribers, and then brand new people, you're gonna have to wait. It's we can only get like 6 people in a game to have it not be a debacle. So you can only have so many vehicles in at a time and have it running smoothly for everybody. So eventually, if you hang around the Discord, you'll eventually get in. I might start trying to get a new person in here and there, do sign-up sheet for multiplayer, but no, you can't just jump in a random day that I'm playing. There's a little bit more planning to that. What about the front paint stripes there, Alistair? The old Mach 54 train. So I'm trying to think of a way to do the switches, but, you know, the way you do them in derail is kind of fun. You have a radio as though you were going to, you know, ask somebody to do the switch. And then you call them ahead. This, you know, particular unit would not have the button in it. So I'm trying to think how I want to do that. Curious how this fuel should last 100 years here. I'm trying to think if I should artificially limit some, because I think the real one has 2,000 liters in it. This one has 3,500. What I might do is just drag the diesel down and go to 2,000 on it. But yeah, because you know if I have to spawn out 3 of these too, I don't really need 9,000 liters of diesel out in the world, where 6 would be fine. You know, 6 is it's an extra $3,000 I don't need out there. Isn't it 600 liters? I don't know. Let me check. There was some comment about the different in fuel capacities between. Maybe I'm thinking of the DH4. I don't know. Citrus, if you get numbers for me, let me know. Like I couldn't get oil, and I couldn't get good numbers for diesel, so I just built a custom tank, and that's what it ended up at. I'll change to whatever it should be. Yeah, 600 price sounds more correct. Or 800, whatever you said. Alright, so good. Let's go ahead and flip the switch. Let's go for a little run. That's funny though. I had the loco brake on when I was trying to push those. I'm like, it's going awfully slow. The brakes are on the whole time, and that's the fun thing is when you leave a brake on and you're like, oh, my thing's weak, and then you're like, oh shit, I had the brake on the whole time. And then usually it's pretty strong after that. There, we're playing with the fates there, going right up to the top of the amp meter there. But as you can see, once we get up to speed, it will maintain that speed. Oh, I meant to put an absolute on this. I got to put an absolute on this. Yeah, I got to do an absolute on there so that it always gives me a positive speed. I got to do that. Let's just put a quick ABS on there. Yeah, oil could be percentage. That would make sense. Fuel could be percentage too. I don't know. I'll have to, when I play again tonight, I took a bunch of pictures, took down some info that I needed for today. We're going 75 kilometers an hour right now, so. Yeah, the amp meter, see the amp meter climbing? Eventually we're going to overamp, so I got to pull back a little bit, or else we're going to overamp. Still going up high on the amps here. I got to pull some amps. We're going to overamp here. Curious why it's still going up, though. See, like it's still going up. I pulled that off quite a bit. Oh, you know what it is? It's the, I wonder if it's the 4 motors is starting to dick me here. All right, amp meter knocked off. It was because the battery was, we're getting close to being 100% battery, and then it dropped off. So that's all right. That dropped off after a while, so we're good there. So I'm happy with how this is turning out. are they one thinner? Okay, yeah. Yeah, he didn't say what was wrong with them, so I was like, I have no clue what he's talking about. Okay, yeah, I see them one thinner. Yeah, I'll thicken them up. But this came out. This is working pretty well. Let's see. I need some pictures. I had no good picture for the thumbnail today. Here. I'm trying to decide if the sides should go down longer, go down further. The fronts already are, so maybe I will step those down a little bit. I don't know. There's the floppy dong going there. But this works out well. So on the rear, never mind. On the front, we have air storage, and on the rear, we have cable storage. So the front of everything will be the standard to have storage. So like this one has no storage in the back because you expect to take it off the front. The double lights don't bug me. Thought they might, but they don't. It's fine. Yeah, backing up a truck with a Jake brake. One thing I need to do on that, one thing I need to do on that too is I think I'm going to get rid of the, so the way I have the brake application in my trucks, I don't think I need the stutter on there, and I think it's just causing problems, so I might just get rid of it too. That's part of the reason why it's rolling back and forth, because it does brake application off, on, off, and then it will let you roll backwards. The momentum gets caught on one of the application cycles, and it will roll you backwards. And I don't like it, so I'll probably get rid of it. Or like when you're under a certain speed, it will not stutter anymore. That's what I might do, is put a speed limit on it, so when you're under a certain speed, it no longer does the stutter on there. But I like these. I really like this new couple system. You know, I like those couples in Derail Valley much more. They're more interactive. They're more fun, I think, than than just having the old like slam into it. Like they will auto connect themselves, but you have to manually disconnect them. And the system I had before was the key, and it worked like a fifth wheel, where like that's how some of the U.S. systems do it. Is you pull the pin. Then you can disconnect, and when you disconnect, it resets to be tripped again. That's how the fifth wheel on tractor-trailers works. That's how my fifth wheels work. But I like this system better. Like, you have to at least get out, and you have to lift. You have to detach the floppy dong, and then you can go, and if you bang into them, it will attach itself. But it's much more interactive now. You have to actually hook up the air lines, or else you're never going to get the brakes on. If you guys watched yesterday, too, I also did it where I could use a compressor to get the brakes off. Like, there were some cool things during the multiplayer stream. Like, for example, we had it where we didn't have enough diesel fuel in the hydraulic system to get the trucks to do. So finally, if you just plug in the return to the fuel tank, it will suck in more diesel until it has enough diesel. So if you ever run out of diesel, just essentially give yourself more fluid. And then like, if you guys notice, sometimes when you hook up first to the hydraulics, it will lift the trailer, and it, like, at first I'm like, why is the trailer lifting? It makes perfect sense. If you think about it, the way the system works is once you put enough fluid in there, enough pressure, it lifts the cylinder, and that's because it can't come back. And so what you should do is when you hook up the hydraulic system, make sure you hook on the return first, and then the send, and then it won't do that. So it was because the send was getting hooked up, and even at idle, it's pushing hydraulic fluid in there, and then when you it has no way to get back, and that's what keeps it from raising. And then so you got to make sure you hook that send back. You want to hook the return first, and then the send second, and then it can loop. So that makes sense. Let's see where our fuel is at. This thing should be fuel efficient for days. So the nice thing with the helm is that you can you can stand on there for pictures. So you can see we're knocking down some fuel. It's not a lot. Yeah, if anyone gets the actual numbers for all these things, I'll put them in there. So at first I was going to get rid of this. As you can see, we have independent brake is at 1. That's reading atmospheric pressure. And so it should be, that will work like a barometer. So at first I was gonna subtract 1 from it so it read 0, but IRL, they'd probably just leave it. You'd read that it has, you know, atmospheric pressure in there. Yeah. So that's what I'm gonna leave it. You see it's at 0.996324, that's atmospheric pressure. So. And then you see where the amp meter, like this is a 24-cylinder engine, so it's pretty big. We're at 720. 720 times, or 720 divided by 60. 720 divided by 60. So we're at 12 RPS right now. I'm curious what the temp is. Where do we have temperature? See, I thought I was running the traction motor temperature off the engine temp, because it shows 120, and so I was thinking of doing traction motor temperature, just read engine temp, but I don't know what my engine temp is right now, which kind of sucks because I want to do that. Now, these are all heat sinks, so theoretically I could plug in all these heat sinks. The problem is some of them are under the floor, but that's okay, it's on the inside, so I should be able to plug into those heat sinks too. I might just get rid of the radiator and plug in a couple of the heat sinks. That way at least I can read what the temp's doing. But let's see, is overheating on? Engine overheating's on, so if we do overheat, it will show. So, but working pretty well. I'm happy with it. Yep, you just gotta make sure you don't hit that floppy dong on the dirt. You don't want to drag it in the dirt, you know. Yeah, I'll have to look at how the side skirts, if they go down further, I may drop the side skirts a little bit. We'll see. We'll see how they should be. And then we should have the, which way are we going? We're going reverse now, so let's go. Rear light should be just the 1, and then this one should be 1, 2, 3. And so we got the red on the rear. And we have, did I put the high white? That's a low white, I think, on the front. Up there's our first oil drilling platform there. So I'm trying to think of what I want to do with that exhaust. It's got a flapper on it. I was trying to think of some place I could hide a flapper. I can't hide a flapper anywhere that's helpful. To put a exhaust flapper on there. I could just put the exhaust. Let's see. I think I have regular particles on. I have regular particles on, and we're not making exhaust. So what I could do is vent the exhaust underneath and then just put a fake exhaust pipe up top. You know, it's not like this is going in the water and needs a snorkel. So I probably just end up doing that. Put a fake exhaust pipe on it. I don't know if the roof is too high or not. I don't have a feeling that I want to shrink it. I don't know if the roof, what the problem is when you're in here, right? If the guy would stand up like a normal person. That's a little on the high side. It could maybe drop down, but the problem is I want proportionality. I think it would look too squat if the roof came down, so I think it would look far too squat if that roof came down one, so. How long's what? The floppy dong? Floppy dong is 3 blocks. Yeah, because you have to compress the 2 bumpers on either side, and then get those, and then don't want compression on the bumpers the whole time. So they do have suspension in there. I think Daniel was asking about that. Why is the cat putting stuff in my water? Thanks, bud. I appreciate that. He just put a piece of foil in my water, and now he's got his paw in my water, trying to get after it. Yeah, we've been, the RPS has been pinned around 720, which is 12 RPS, and we haven't overheated, so should be fine. I'm gonna fix this gauge, so let's do that. Let's fix this gauge. So that should, we'll just run engine temp off that. What else did I want to do? Fix those, fix the paint. That way at least I can read the temp. So I think it turned out pretty well. Makes me want to get into some other locos too. This will get some testing. We'll check all the systems. Like the way I did this was like this panel here, this big panel is specifically for this. So let's actually change that to DE2 electrical panel. So that one is specifically for this vehicle. The rest of them, like what I'm trying to do is make it so that like you have the control panel is specific to the vehicle. And then, like, have a bunch of the other panels. Like, this one is literally the Stormworks Basics Modular Engine Tutorial panel. You know, your multi-link can go on any of the builds. The reverser control could go on any. This one here is the, it's called independent brake, but this is train control integration system. TSYS. Train control integration system. No, let's do. Let's do train braking integration system, TBIS. So TBIS, train braking integration system. So that's going to be the braking system. So you'll have, what are these? What are these valves here? Oh, okay, those are, okay, I get them. So this is going to be, this would be for the loco, and then you'd have the other one. So this is what, this panel is going to get moved once it's tested to the actual example of the air brake system, and this will be your air braking, this will be your air brake panel for the loco. So this will be loco TBIS. So that one would go on any loco, so it should work with any locomotive. And that's kind of why I'm trying to build them this way. And then the multi-link should work with, let's see. Locomotive multi-link. So that will work with any locomotive. Reverser control. Okay, I know something else I wanted to do here. Let's go in here. Where is speed? Where is the physics sensor? Physics sensor, where are you, guy? Where are you, guy? The hell is the physics sensor? The hell is the physics sensor? Oh, it's on a separate speedo panel. See if I can find it. It's probably, I think it was a 2. There was speedo. So this will give us the absolute value. Okay, absolute value of that. Fix the paint. Okay. Alright, that's fixed. Alright, what else did I want to fix here? Let's see, we got the paint done, we got that ABS, the temp. So let's see what the hell that's all about here. This is 10. Okay. That is 10. I might not have connected the node. Probably what happened. Engine right here, 310. So I don't think I hooked the node up. Yeah, I don't think I hooked the actual node up. Yeah, right there, it didn't get hooked up. So that will hook up. So that will tell us what our engine temp is. I'm probably just going to hook right to the heat sinks here. Might as well. They've got a bunch of heat sinks in here. I don't know why I put an internal radiator in there if they've got heat sinks. Make sure the flow rates are all right. They should be fine, but... Okay, and then this is going to go... Okay, that goes straight across like that. And be in there. Okay, good. Let's see. I think I want to do this. Do I want to do it like that? Might as well. I'll just route it. And then we have so many of these on here. If I, for some, like we had no heating problems at all, cooling problems. So if we had we have like an ample amount of heat sinks I can plumb into here. Okay. Give me manifold. Make sure that's correct. Yep, that's good. Now I'll quickly just rev this up and see what it looks like. Go. All right. This might have worse flow rates just because it has longer piping too than the radiator I put in there. But as long as it cools effectively, we're good. Let's go ahead and try to get that up and running, and I should be able to go read the heatsink that it's running on. Okay, should be able to shut the handbrake off. Handbrake's off. Okay, good. Let's go ahead and go forward. Oh, I'm gonna probably trip the breaker if I'm not careful. But I do like that, having to worry about tripping the breaker. You know, makes you actually have to be an operator and not just a jackass. I'm going to check the flow rates on this, make sure we have reasonable flow rates, and then work on the railings. Oh yeah, look at that, 173 on a heatsink. That should be absolutely fine. All right, good. Screaming here. We're screaming here. 48 kilometers an hour. About where it gets to in game. I haven't even pushed it all the way out. So it gives you some limitation that you have to worry about that amp meter. Make sure you're not overdoing it. Now we've got a temp on there. That's good. Let me fix up the railings a little bit. I'd never finished the railings. They're all just like, they're overly wide and don't have any in them. So 7. So right here. Okay. Measure this one. 5, gorgeous. I love it when they're odd. What do we got there? That is a 7. Okay. Okay. How the hell did I not get this color that I just clicked on? There we go. Alright, that's better. Nice. So let's save that up. I'm quite content with this. This is working pretty well. Let's see. Let's dick around with the exhaust here. Could actually make it work on the other side. Alright. Don't join up then, guy. Just come on. Do it. Symmetry, please. See ya. What did I just do? Did I just delete something? Yep, I just deleted something. There we go. Right there. All right. All right, there we go. Exhaust is done there. Let's see. What do you think of that? I dig it. Yeah, I like it. It's beefy. Gives a little bit of beef. We like a little bit of beef. Oh, good. Alright, so that's pretty good. We'll get some testing on that. We'll see about it. Alrighty. I think that's good. I think made some good progress on this. Good progress in the train systems. They just need to be tested out now. You know, now I want to make sure you guys saw like kind of the whole this thing from start to finish. So now that's pretty. Nothing's ever finished, of course, but you know, to the point where it's pretty much there. Like I have this feeling to try to like see what it looks like shorter, but it's gonna be too squat. So I'll leave it the way it is. I like it the way it is. Could use some little bit of decorating here and there, and I'll play some Derail Valley. I'll get on it, see if there's any other detailing I want to add. What happened here that this is colored funky? Okay, and then that should be this color here. Okay. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I think it's in good shape here. You know, I don't see any other issues with this. This is running well. It's pulling well. Interlink's working. All the cool features like, you know, the ability to trip breakers if you're being a crazy person is working well. You know, so I think it looks good. I think everything's there. Oh, you've been a minute behind the whole time? Oh, that's interesting. All right, guys. So I think, again, this was a late one. Probably it's gonna be a later one tomorrow too. I got something at noon, so but probably like 1 maybe 1:30 maybe tomorrow. But if you guys are new, please consider subscribing. Thank you everybody who hung out on Twitch. That's helping me get that average up, so I appreciate that. Congratulations to all the winners of the Build Challenge Juliet. I will see you guys later.